Hello, welcome to the Care Show in the Birmingham NEC. Hi. Right, we're here today at the Care Show in the Birmingham NEC. We've got a packed day for you, full of loads and loads of interesting people to talk to. We've got James Maynard from Access Group. We've got Derek Breganin from Virgin Money. We've got Heather. We've got loads and loads of people. So all throughout this morning and throughout this afternoon, we'll be interviewing loads and loads of really interesting people from the care sector who are all going to be sharing their views on a range of topics. But our core topics are CQC framework, future workforce, funding the future, learning disabilities and autism, well-being. That mic's not working. Is that one working? Okay. So, technical issues. We had lots of power issues this morning. It's all been fun and games, but hopefully you can hear me now. If you're in the live stream, say hi. We'll check in and we'll try and respond to the comments. So yeah, basically, Care Show in Birmingham. I think we'll cut back to the wide shot and kind of have a look at what we can see over here. There's lots going on. It's a massive show this year. Loads and loads of stands. It's what they call it, co-showed. I'm not sure that's the right turn of phrase. Co-showed? Yeah. With the Retirement Living Show. So it's the Care Show and the Retirement Living Show. As we know, retirement living is a huge new kind of part of the sector, with lots of people kind of looking at that as an option, you know, as they move into their 80s, and you know, looking at a different lifestyle choice that they can make from, you know, rather than necessarily moving into a kind of fully working care home early. People are thinking, right, well, I'm 82, I'm 85, I'm 87, I want to go live with some other people my age in a interesting location in the middle of a nice town. Lots of nice little shops around me, and I'll sell my 4-bedroom house in the countryside and I'll move into the middle of Oxford or something. And yeah, it's very interesting. So we've lots to talk about. Our first interview will be in a couple of minutes. So if you just hold on for a couple of minutes, we'll be back with you. So see you in 2 minutes. Thank you. Hello, welcome back to the Caring Conversation studio, live from the Care Show at the Birmingham NEC. So we have our first interviewee, conversation. Lovely. Is your mic working? No, I think your mic's not working, so we'll swap out for a different one and try that. How about that one?
That's working a little bit better, thank you very much.
There we go, right. We're true professionals here, I promise.
Exactly, true professionals and the first of the day, that's the challenge.
And you've got your video team here filming us, making mistakes live on stream, so, you know, it's all good, it's all good. Right, so, do you want to introduce yourself, tell us who you are and what you do?
James Maynard, Product Marketing Director at the Access Group in our Health, Support and Care division.
Perfect, so, I think, like, we've got a range of subjects to cover, but I think technology and well-being is really important. I think a lot of companies really miss the basics. You know, when you recruit someone, do you get their contract to them in a timely manner? Do you get all the paperwork that they need sorted? Do you get those bits and pieces? And then going further than that, obviously technology enables those HR basics to be done. You know, if you don't have that good foundation of technology in your company, you know, how are you going to, you know, raise above? So you want to talk a bit about sort of technology and well-being and how that works from your perspective?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think for me, what's really key is that no matter what stage, whether you say through HR, screening, onboarding, right through to actually day-to-day usage of that technology, it needs to be complementary to the care provider and the carer themselves. So too often we see that these dispersed systems require you to have 3, 4, 5 different mobiles connected to different systems, logging in different ways, and that is not really complementing, it's just creating more confusion. And actually to support that well-being, it's about how do we make that as easy as possible for carers and care providers to use the latest technologies.
Obviously, you know, as technology provider and as a company that works with technology all the time, it's built into our systems and processes. But if you come into a care home, for example, that is still using paper-based, I mean, it shouldn't be now, but you know, there's a sense of simplicity in that, isn't there? So, how do you help companies make that technology as simple as possible?
So I think there's two pieces to this. So for years we've talked about digital transformation, especially those organisations that are still paper-based that are going digital. But I think there's a piece that's related to digital transformation, but also operational transformation. So they need to go together, and you can't look at those in silos or in isolation. So those two things need to happen together, because the whole operating model and the individuals and the way in which they engage will change as part of that. And as we know, change management is always something that needs a lot more careful consideration and planning in order to bring through.
Yeah. So from the perspective of sort of, say, policy and regulation, how can technology help with stuff like that?
So I think surfacing policies quickly and easily, ensuring that they're well read. So I think making those easily accessible to the carer, the care provider at the right time on the right device. So let's make it as easy for them to consume as possible. And then let's feed that well-read regulation compliance through to the compliance products to use that as evidence when engaging with the CQC. So we need to make that seamless and connected as possible. And I think for me that's the key piece, is how do we begin to connect each of these dispersed siloed systems into something that truly adds value and supports the well-being of the individual, but also the effectiveness of the provider themselves.
I guess at the same time, keeping it super simple, making sure that the again, I find even in my organisation, if we use something that's a couple more steps complicated than it used to be, it's really difficult to get the team to adopt the new technology, even with a fairly technology-based system. You know, if you move from a Google Sheet to an app, you really have to manage that process, right?
Yeah, no, and I think this is where we always need to consider the technology that's available at the time. So you'll hear a lot of noise around things like AI, which has its own challenges about how we adopt it and ensuring that those instances are private and you can engage with things in the right way, especially when we talk about sensitive health data. But actually, we shouldn't be considering that as a product at all. It's a capability that should sit over the top of all of your products and allow you to use natural conversation to engage with multiple products at the same time. So surfacing that data, that information within one system. So let's not overcomplicate it and have AI across 6-7 different systems. Let's use it as the aggregating tool to pull all of that information up and surface it in a ready way for you.
Well, I mean, you said the word AI.
Yeah.
Is there, have you got any good examples of use of AI? You know, I can, like you said, it can be used for a lot of things. I don't know, is it useful to say prompting people when they're writing notes and care plans about what happens? So, yeah, how are you seeing it adopted?
So I think we need to consider it in a few different ways. So firstly, how do you use generative AI to drive efficiencies? That could just be writing a letter. It could be your Excel formulas, for example. That all will create efficiencies in the day-to-day jobs that you're doing. I think generating feeds from multiple products, using AI to bring those feeds through and surface the things you need to do, again, it drives a greater efficiency. But I think that generative AI piece, when you can interact and say to it, okay, create me a letter referencing my policy documents, or how many times have I used agency staff in the last 12 months when I had people available to roster, and based on the payroll information that sits within my various systems, then you begin to get insights pulling from multiple systems that you wouldn't otherwise have had. And I think that's when it becomes really powerful to either drive basic kind of back office efficiencies, or to give greater insight in a natural language way that we've not had before.
I mean, you know, talking about, say, the future of the workforce, it's quite interesting. So my son's 9, and he uses AI. It just, he'll say, have you ever thought about a pigeon eating a pie? And he'll just make an AI image of it. He just knows how to do it. He goes on, searches it, he knows how to do it. You know, when he's 25, 30, that will just be a completely normal thing for him to do, to use AI to assist him with his work in whatever way possible. Yeah, how do you see that kind of future workforce, you know, dealing with that type of thing?
So we're trying to bring forward AI as in Access Evo is what we call it. But I think it's like all of these things, there are a moment in time, and there are certain technologies that create moments in time which you cannot go back from, and you must engage with and adopt and drive forward. And I think there's still work required with an AI, 100%. But I think actually you look at things like Apple coming to market or the Google search engine. Think Google versus Yahoo. We don't hear Yahoo anymore, and that's because someone made a bet and someone didn't. So I think there are certain technologies that really transform the way in which we work and operate, and AI is one of those. I don't think we saw generative AI coming in as fast as it has, and I think there's still an awful lot of machine learning out there, but that adds massive value in its own right through automation, etc. It's one of those things we need to carefully have a level of guidance around to ensure that we protect data that everybody has. It's every care provider's most valuable asset, their data, so let's make sure we protect it. But if they can utilise that in a clear and easy way, then that will drive massive value ultimately for them as well.
Have you got any kind of just tips or hints for a carer or a care manager about how they might use technology better or something like that? Is there just a kind of, have you got a top tip for someone working in the care sector?
Top tip from a technology perspective, that's an interesting one. I think
make sure the device is up to date or something.
Yeah,
right?
make sure security and software is always up to date on your device. But I think not to be scared, because I think a lot of times new technologies, it's like, what am I going to break when I try this or what have you? I think almost all of these technologies, you can roll it back. You can go back to a previous version. It's have a go. I think, and that's what drives the greater levels of adoption of all of these technologies, is just having a go. Have a play with safe data, obviously not with patient data, but have a play with these technologies and see what it can do. And I think then you'll begin to get that familiarity, and that's where the efficiencies ultimately will come from. Yeah,
ultimately these things are quite difficult to actually break, right? Like you can mess about with it quite a bit before you go too far. So
as you said, your 9-year-old's playing with it, and my 10-year-old's playing with it. Yeah. So we if they can play with it, they're playing with it without any hesitation, and that's where the value comes.
Have you got anything else you'd like to share? Any sort of points or things from Access Group side?
So I think for me, it's around delivering care connected. I think when we look at, we've talked about AI and we talked about machine learning and all these other things, but everything is run on data. So data is the most valuable asset that all of the care organisations have, and their ability to work with that effectively is going to be key. So common data models for data so that you can interact with systems from us, but also systems from other organisations. They need to be interoperable in order to pull that data through and be able to surface it effectively. So I think we're moving away from excellent point-based solutions in the care sector to really being able to integrate those systems together, and that ultimately is going to deliver better patient outcomes and higher quality care and more compliant care, because we can service that evidence far more quickly, and it becomes personalised. When we think about things like technology-enabled care, if you can begin to feed through technology-enabled care into the way in which you roster, the way in which you plan care visits, and we move to, you talked about retired living at the beginning, actually, how do we begin to apply these technologies in a preventative nature rather than a reactive nature? And actually, that technology is there allowing us to do that.
I mean, I've heard stories along the lines of, in care homes, the residents complaining about the Wi-Fi not working properly, which is not something 5 years ago you would have heard about, but now the residents are in there posting on Facebook, getting involved and things like that. So, even simple things like that can be, really effective for just someone having a nice time, right?
I think there's a generational shift as well. I think if we think that people now moving into retired living have grown up with Fitbits and step counters and probably Apple Watches or another kind of device. So they are already accepting, and I think it's always that decision. I quite often get asked on stage, well, people don't want to be tracked by their wearable, but they're quite happy to be tracked by their phone because the value outweighs the risk that they assume. So with having that generation now coming through that are already using wearable devices and have an expectation of Alexas and all of those kind of things within their homes, then actually that adoption of technology is far easier. We don't have that barrier to go through. And there's a level of expectation that care providers will have those services available, as you say, high-speed broadband access within their organisation.
Perfect. Well, thank you for coming. Nice to meet you.
And
thank you. And we'll hope you have a good show, and we'll see you soon.
Fabulous. Thank you very much.
Right, we'll be back shortly to speak to Derek. Thank you very much. Right, we're here with Derek from Virgin Money. So Derek, do you want to tell us a bit about who you are and what you do?
Yep, good morning. My name is Derek Bringen. I am the head of the health and social care lending team at Virgin Money across the UK.
Perfect. So what does that actually mean then in terms of, so obviously one of our subjects is the future of funding, which we're going to talk about. What does one do in the role of head of social care at Virgin Money? Are you going through, is it mainly funding, purchasing and building of homes? What's it work out to?
Yes, I suppose it's evolved over the last 14 years since I've been in the role. We've principally lending to businesses that operate in healthcare and social care, but it's everything from children's services right through to dementia and palliative-led care and everything in between. So a range of services within that. Some of it's acquisition finance, some of it's refurbishment finance, some of it is brand new build as well. So it's a very mixed bag of things that we specialise in.
Can you give us a snapshot of the market at the moment? Obviously, interest rates are still higher than they were. How's that affecting things?
So we definitely saw a shock when the Truss episode happened, and it did put quite a lot of the projects we were working on hold because they were assessing the viability, to be frank. We were also adjusting to what the debt markets might look like because we had been living in a pretty benign interest rate environment, which was probably fake in reality.
I think it set people's expectations, didn't it? For a long time, because it was there for so long.
So long.
That you get used to borrowing. I used to borrow money from my company at 4%, right? Now it's like 10, if I'm lucky.
Yeah. So there was a period of adjustment. I think things have adjusted. We've seen interest rates starting to head the right direction, and that's meant that people have readjusted their plans and their finances, and we're actually seeing a pickup again in a lot more activity, and that's a good thing, so long may that continue. There's definitely a demand and a need for investment, and there are a lot of transactions happening at the moment, so it's still very encouraging.
I mean, ultimately there is a huge amount of demand baked in to our economy for the requirement for social care, right? There's a lot of people that need it. There's a lot more people coming through that are going to need it. And as the baby boomer generation start going past retirement and into the part where they're going to need care, we're going to need more care homes. We're going to need more places for those people to go, to be able to go to, for their care.
Absolutely. I mean, and new things as well. So we've recently started supporting retirement living developments as well, where I think that's a
So you heard
natural
it here
evolution.
first, Virgin Money in the retirement
We're
living
there.
sector, yeah.
So that's an interesting development in a bridge between living at home and then needing full-time care in a residential care setting. So I can see a lot of investment in new ideas, and I think that's good for us as well to get involved in these.
It took me a while to get my head around that sector, to sort of understand, but now I've met I remember meeting a lady who lived sort of on the outskirts of a small town, and her daughter lived in Oxford, and it was an hour and a half round trip for her daughter to come to visit her, vice versa. She lives in a 3-bedroom house on her own. She's selling up to move to a 1-bedroom flat in the middle of Oxford, so she's near stuff. She can afford to do that with the property that she's got. She's near shops and cafes. She can go for a wander. She's going to be living with other people. And she was super excited about it. She was like, she's trying to sell me her house. She's like, do you want to buy my house? Yeah, I really want to move. So, yeah, it's really interesting to see that people are kind of seeing that and adopting that idea.
Yeah, and I think people are more aware now of the frailty and the issues that can develop if you're on your own and you're elderly, and to try and find some way of being part of a community and having access to things, as you say. I think people of a younger age coming into elderly age groups are more aware of it than perhaps some of our grandparents would have been.
Or maybe it's just me and I'm weird, but I'm 40 and I was in my hotel room last night thinking, do you know what, if I had a heart attack now, nobody would know. So you can imagine when I get to 80. Yeah.
The worry for me is when I go to some of these retirement living schemes, unfortunately now being over the age of 55, I actually qualify.
Yeah, nice.
It's disappointing.
They look like quite nice places to live.
They are.
Could be a good laugh. So, future of funding for the care sector then. What's the general vibes of the funding at the moment? Is it easy? We were talking about before this about CQC and how that now becomes a really difficult part of it. So, what's the process for you for sort of assessing a home for funding?
So I think the key thing is lending's all about risk management from our perspective, and the care sector is not without risk in a number of areas. But I think the important thing is if the lender that you're speaking to actually does understand the industry inside out and has a depth of knowledge, which is something we feel is really important. So when we have challenges like West Streeting saying that the CQC is no longer fit for purpose and should be thrown out with the bathwater, that we don't overreact to that statement, and we try and work out how we can work through that and what alternatives we can look to make sure we're happy that customers and prospects are actually doing a good job in terms of compliance and delivering good care. So because of our knowledge, I think that lets us do that a lot easier, but it's not straightforward.
And what functions are you using then? If CQC is now, I guess, a lesser percentage of the overall decision, if there's 60 things that you're looking at to make a decision, and CQC used to be 15% of that decision. It's probably not as linear as that, but yeah, what else are you looking at now then? How are you replacing that information with other information? So I guess this would be advice to people who are buying or looking to buy homes. What could they be looking at?
So I think the bank or the lender shouldn't rely on CQC to make that ultimate decision. So it's how you would approach it if the CQC didn't exist. It would be about the quality of the management, how stable the management is, the workforce turnover, the quality of care that you can evidence by going and seeing the care business. So we look at all those things. Financial metrics generally lead in terms of how well the business is performing in terms of quality of care, so it all sort of feeds through. But on the regulatory side, we've looked at alternatives such as getting a consultant in potentially, if it's a larger group business, just to give a self-audit or a mock inspection. And quite a lot of providers do that themselves. So we will look at that information and take that as a positive.
Yeah.
And we also look at carehome.co.uk and some of the scores that come with that. I know that's a bit spurious, but again, it's a touch point.
Yeah. So really, it's about looking at all those different elements. So for example, if you have a care home with a 4-year-old good score from CQC, that's not going to sit as importantly as, say, for example, that your manager's been there for 15 years and you've had the same top management team for the last 5 or 6 years, and your retention rate is 86% or something like that. That's important information for you then.
It is, and
Yeah.
staff turnover is a key metric we look at, and the use of agency. So these are quite fundamental in terms of the read-through that we do.
Yeah. So if you're thinking about selling your home, those are some of the elements you might want to be looking at. And then I suppose in terms of just the digital presence online and how that looks as well, and how does the digital shop front live up to the expectation that someone's going to be coming in to the home, if they're paying full fees. And do you look at things like that as well?
Yeah, one of the first things we do is we look at Google.
Yeah.
How good is the marketing of the care business? Sometimes it's actually pretty poor historically. We also ask about management systems. Are they digital, or are you still using paper systems? What investment is coming into that new age of technology? So we do explore those as well, and we also look at ESG.
Okay.
Do you have an ESG strategy within the business, and if not, why not?
And so with ESG, what's big at the moment? Obviously, energy is still a huge issue for the care sector. As much as it's not in the news headlines anymore, I know from owning my coffee shop, my energy bill is 4 times higher than it was 2 years ago, and I just have to. I'm on the best deal I can be, and I just have to say, okay, thanks, and crack on with it. How are care homes investing money to reduce their bills?
So there has been a lot of focus on energy, new technology, air source heat pumps, solar panels, some of these retrospective schemes. New builds are coming with a lot more of that inbuilt. It comes at a cost, clearly, but it's not all about that particular aspect. We also see providers getting more into the social and the governance, which I think a lot of people just think is a tick in the box because you do social care. But actually, what are your HR policies? What is your diversity, inclusion, involvement, ethnic minority inclusion, modern slavery? All those things have to be thought about and actually presented in some form of plan. So it's not just about putting a heat pump outside.
Yeah.
There's a lot more to it, and we do ask to see what your actual strategy is on the whole lot.
I guess ultimately, installing some solar panels doesn't make you a green organisation. It can help on the way, but you need to understand what that looks like and what the return on investment is for it.
Yeah, and how involved are your staff in any of these decisions, and do you involve the community? So we've seen some great schemes where residents are actually out, maybe doing something outside in the garden with school children, etc. So this is all about that, the S in ESG.
So it's a very holistic approach you will take then. So, I guess historically you might have looked at the balance sheet, looked at the P&L, maybe looked at CQC and gone, and now you go into much more detail.
Yeah, it used to be an easy job.
Yeah.
Which is why I did it. But no, it is a lot more complicated.
Yeah.
That's why we're sponsoring the Outstanding Society this year as well, because we feel that they are exemplars in terms of some of the things that they can do that transform a business from being a good operator to being outstanding, and a lot of it's round about some of these initiatives.
And what are you finding in terms of kind of new builds versus like existing homes selling and expanding versus sort of where the money's coming from? So a few years ago, maybe 10 years back, there's a lot of American money, and then recently I've seen a lot of European money coming in. Where are you seeing the money coming from at the moment from the sector?
So we're still seeing American money, but there's a lot coming from the Far East as well, and a lot of pension funds are now diverting interest into the elderly care particularly, and retirement living. So a recent scheme that we've agreed to finance for retirement is backed by AXA, so long-term insurance play on that. So there's a bit of that, but clearly new builds don't work in every area due to the cost. So a lot of refurbishment work is now very apparent in the sector as well, which I think is a good thing, repurposing old buildings.
Yeah, I guess ultimately when you build a care home, you've maybe got a 40 or 50 year life cycle in your head, right, for something like that, and that's going to need refurbishing maybe every 10 years or something like that, a full refurbish, or if you keep up well, maybe 15 years. But ultimately I've seen homes that when we started working in the care sector in 2015, that you would have been like, wow, this looks amazing. And now you look at it and you're like, oh, geez, this needs some money spent on it, doesn't it?
So we've seen some real investment in the quality and the standard of what's been presented as an environment, but we've seen room sizes ballooning from when I started 10 metres squared with a small window up to 40 metres squared suites. But I think there comes a point where you have to say enough's enough, because the cost of doing that is very high, and therefore it can only be available to those that can afford to pay for that type of environment and care. So we have to have an adjustment somewhere, because we're missing out on a whole swathe of population that will never be able to afford that type of care. So the older homes being made more purposeful and more homely and more modern is definitely the way to go for a lot of areas.
It's interesting, I saw stuff to do with the Australian market for retirement living and how they build apartments that are like, I don't know, 250 square feet as standard, whereas the ones in the UK are kind of 85 or something, right? Something like that. I can't remember square feet, square meters, but you know, it's a real, and they sell those things really, really quickly. Mostly they sell them off plan, whereas in the UK it can take a couple of years to sell out a retirement living complex. And I think just because the space that we have in this country and the cost of developing the projects is really high, it makes those, you know, you're looking at a one-bedroom flat for 300, 400 grand in the southeast. You know, maybe there'll be more built up north, and that, or you know.
I think that's the issue. I think there's not much happens up north because of the implications of cost. The market's still quite new in the UK for retirement. It's still a concept a lot of people don't understand. But the one thing that didn't happen when trusts dropped the bomb was that land values didn't move, and land values have retained that premium. So whilst everything else adjusted, that didn't, and that's another aspect of development that makes it quite expensive.
I mean, ultimately, I think we have to accept the idea that house and land prices aren't going to go down a lot, right? They just don't do that, and there's not enough. We're not building like big swathes of new land in our country, right? So it's not going to go down, and actually everything else just has to catch up to give us the opportunity to, you know, for someone like me to be able to afford a 3-bedroom semi-detached house. It's a big ask these days, right?
It is a big ask, and 10 years ago a care home would have been developed for £80,000 a bedroom. We're now double that, and if not more.
Wow.
And you know, some of them will be 200,000 a bedroom to develop out a quality care environment. So you can add the numbers up for a 70-bed.
Yeah,
it's a lot of investment.
And then there's still an expectation from kind of society in general that care fees of £1,500 or £2,000 a week is really high, without understanding that fundamental that it's costs double what it used to.
Yeah, and I think local authorities have not really government's not really woken up to that aspect either, because you know, we're actually seeing people being supported in care being given less than you need to stay in a travel lodge outside Birmingham.
You know, I saw something really interesting. I'm a bit of a nerd sometimes, and I like to look at financial reports. And I was looking at my local council's financial report, so Buckinghamshire County Council, and they spend sort of 55-60% of their budget on adult social care, and then they have their investment plan. There is nothing in their investment plan about the thing they spend the most money on, which I find baffling. You know, so there's not that investment coming, even if it's private partnerships or different bits and pieces. You'd think that there would be, if they're spending that much of the budget, that they would be actively looking to invest to reduce costs over time, and I just don't think they are they?
Well, the golden nugget is that Wes Streeting says he wants to have the private sector engaged in social care and healthcare going forward because they need to have it. So I think that's a positive. How they do that, I don't know. The National Care Service, I'm not convinced about how that's being positioned, but at least they've recognised that there has to be the use of the private sector, that they can't nationalise it, God forbid.
Yeah, well, yeah, on that bombshell, have you got anything else you'd like to share?
Just looking forward to a couple of days here and seeing all the new initiatives and new ideas that are coming to the market, which is really exciting.
Perfect. Well, thank you for coming to the Care and Conversation studio.
Thank you.
Nice to see you. Thank you.
Likewise.
Lovely.
Cheers.
Right, we'll be back shortly with another interview. Hello, welcome back to the Care and Conversation studio, live from the Care Show at the NEC in Birmingham. So we have another guest in our studio, Cheryl.
Yes.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Do you want to tell us who you are and what you do, Cheryl?
Yes, so my name's Cheryl White and I'm the CEO of Apollo Care Franchising Limited. So we award home care franchises to people who want to start their own business within the home care sector.
Perfect. So we're going to talk a bit about CQC today. Our last guest in the studio was from a funding organisation, Virgin Money, who basically said they can't take the CQC inspections as part of their process anymore because of what the government have said recently. You've been having some problems, so you want to talk about those?
Yes, so all of our franchisees within Apollo Care have to be regulated obviously by the CQC. And what we're finding at the moment is getting that initial registration. Used to take 3 months. Now it's taken anywhere up to 12 months, which again is holding the new business owner back from being able to earn any money from their franchise. This is then affecting the care standards within that area because I'm sure there's lots of different home care companies waiting to become registered by the CQC, told they can't trade until they've got it, waiting lists of clients who want to come on board, and their hands are tied because there's nothing they can do about it.
And ultimately, there's a huge demand in the market. People need the care, right? It's not like, oh yeah, we can start next week. It's like, no, I really need.
Yeah.
Normally, even when you're ringing up a home care company, you're probably at the point already where you've tried pretty much everything to make it work with your family member, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And people do come to us when they're in that crisis, and when we're having to turn people away because we're still waiting for CQC registration. It's embarrassing for us, but also for the care regulators as well. I do believe CQC are good at what they do. I think we do need the standards of care. I think people underestimate the standards and what is expected of them to open a home care company. Many years ago when I first started Apollo, somebody said to me, well, surely all you need is a box of gloves and a few aprons to start a home care company. I was like, is it, if only it was that easy.
Yeah.
So I think what CQC stand for, and I think the standards that they set are excellent, and I think every home or health or home care provider should be aiming towards that outstanding rating, but they're letting themselves down by the organisation of the business and bringing in new teams and new providers.
Yeah, because ultimately, like you said, good regulation is important for this
Absolutely,
sector because
yeah.
it's easy to make mistakes.
Yeah.
And so with the new framework, how do you feel about the new framework in general? Obviously, it's a big change. People don't like change. I've heard a mixed bag. Lots of people have said, actually, you know what? It is better. It makes more sense. It's more cohesive. There's actually less pressure because you're not trying to deliver everything. You can deliver for 5 questions or 6 questions or 2 or so apparently the average is about 10 that they ask. How do you find the new?
I like the new framework. I think what I like about it is it's very inclusive of the service users. I really like the new framework around that. I like that they're looking for involvement from the service users as well, whereas historically it was all about tick boxes and how many charts you've got signatures on. Although that is important, at the end of the day, they should be looking at the service user and their experience of using the service, because things do go wrong. We're all human. Working with people is just probably one of the hardest things that anybody will ever do. So I do feel like the new framework does support that.
It strikes me that with the new framework, it's much more about holistically making you a really good business.
Yes.
I.e. making sure your teams are really good, making sure your customers are really happy.
Yeah.
And the framework gives you the opportunity to find out those answers before.
I like that, yeah. And I think what you've just mentioned there about your team as well. We've got teams of Apollo now right across the UK. And what I always say to our franchise partners is that we wouldn't have a business without our teams, without our care staff, without our registered managers. So it's making sure that they're looked after, they feel supported. But in turn, the business owners need to feel supported by us and CQC. And I just feel that that's the point where CQC are letting people down.
Have you had any sites inspected under the new framework?
No, we've had none at the moment.
Wow,
no,
okay.
no.
It's only been, what, 18 months?
I know,
Somewhere?
but this is it. You know, they've had remote inspections where they'll phone them up and ask them questions. For me, that's not an inspection at all. And some people like the remote inspections. I feel if you've got a really good team and you've worked hard over the last, 12 to 18 months, you actually want somebody to come in and take notice of what you're doing and highlight what you're doing well. I think it's really sad that CQC are now saying that they'll only do face-to-face visits if the business is failing. So what happens to the people who are doing well? There doesn't seem to be any incentive there at all.
I mean, they were saying that a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
I went to a sort of Essex Care Association event, and the CQC inspector came and said, look, if you're unless someone dobs you in for something, we're not coming.
Yeah.
So you can be happy with your good, which I guess just, like I said, with the man with the funding, it just invalidates that.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's like, for me, it's an analogy of having two children. If one's really good, we leave them alone and we don't say anything.
Yeah.
The one that's naughty, we go in and give them all the attention and the support and the help.
I've got those, yeah.
I've got two of them,
I've got one naughty one good one.
Yeah, so have I. But it is, for
They
me,
might be watching, so I wonder if they know which one that is.
Oh, I'm sure they will, but my two will know. But for me, it's exactly the same analogy, So the ones who aren't doing what they should be are given the support and the guidance and the feedback. The ones who are trying they're trying to get that outstanding rating and doing everything as they should, well, they get kind of ignored, and I just don't think that that's the right approach to take.
Yeah, and I guess as well the problem is that the market, i.e. your customers, haven't caught up with the fact that it's not. And I guess the government coming out and saying, this is not great. How else do you prove to your potential customers that you're a good company to work with?
I think so. We do a lot of internal audits for ours as well. So our clients can look at the internal audits if that's what they want to look at. I think as well it's going out and introducing the package to someone. We're very much, if somebody calls to inquire about care, we don't discuss pricing over the phone. We don't discuss care packages. We go out and we meet the person. We want to be face to face with somebody to be able to talk to them about the values of the company and what we do. Apollo is a very value-based company, and that comes across in everything that we stand for. So it's getting in front of those people and in front of those service users and making them feel like a person from day one rather than just a number.
Yeah, I think having an empathetic sales process, ideally from someone who has been through it, I think is really important.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily it has to be, because that can be hard to find that person. But if you can find someone that's had experience with a loved one going through the care sector, I think that's really helpful.
It's interesting because we've got a few franchisees who have now taken on business development managers, and two of them have been service users before, so their family members have been with Apollo, passed away, and they now go out and promote the service to other people, which is just, I love that. It's really, it's such a good.
Ultimately, with care, it's a very complicated thing for people to purchase.
Yeah.
And so we work in marketing and sales for care.
Yeah.
And the process of kind of helping people understand that you're the right company for them.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to be the right company for everybody.
No, absolutely not. No. I think it's for me, care, when you're selling care or you're talking about care, it's a feeling, isn't it? It's not. It is a sales process, but it's a sales feeling. It's how you feel when you sat in front of that person, and how do they make you feel supported? Do they make you feel safe? And it's all of those things that should start from the minute that somebody inquires.
Is there kind of something from a sort of tip you can give? Is there something your customers really love about your service, or is about something you do that's a bit unusual in the market?
I think it's the feedback that we get from our clients and our customers and our staff as well, because we see staff as customers because they are. Obviously there's that transaction of employee and employer, but they're very much there to support the business as well. So we do get a lot of feedback from clients and staff. Head office or my national office will often phone clients as well, just out of the blue, to ask, very confidentially, how are you finding your care? What's your care package like? They always phone the registered manager though then of that company and say, oh, I hope I haven't got you in trouble, but national office phones, right? We try to keep it a secret.
And it can be a difficult thing to do for businesses, I think, is to actually genuinely go and ask your customer, look them in the eye or speak to them and say, are we doing a good job? Because care is super complicated, right? And I think to deliver perfect care is like, you know, it's not possible
No,
really,
you can't.
because it's just too complicated
Yeah.
to do that. So yeah, I think you're brave to actually have a process where
You've
you
got
do
to
that.
take that feedback on board as well. You know, if somebody comes back and says, well, no, this and this has happened, we've got to look at that and say, well, why has that happened? And it's a culture that we have right throughout the business to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you promote that sort of culture of just accepting and actioning the feedback?
We just instill it through the franchise agreement. So there's lots of regulations that we have in there. We do give our franchisees the freedom to run the businesses, you know, as individual people. But then we do have regulations in there that say, well, this is how many times you need to get your feedback. We see that feedback as well. And we do our own 360 feedbacks on the national office team as well. So they see us doing exactly the same thing.
Perfect. So have you got any other sort of hints and tips, anything else you want to share with the audience today?
I think, you know, if you are looking to start a home care company, it's finding the right fit for you as how you want to run your business. So it's doing your due diligence, looking at your franchise agreements, looking at what the contracts are, but also looking at the people behind the Care logo as well. So it's sort of, you know, scraping through the gloss and the glamour and everything else and saying, okay, who are the people that I'm going to be working with and taking business advice from.
Perfect. Right. Well, thank you very much for coming to the studio.
Thank you.
We will be back shortly with another person in our studio being interviewed by me. See you in a minute. Hello, welcome back to the Care and Conversation studio with a man whose name I'm not going to try and pronounce is with us. Pint? No, that's right.
York, you got it easy. You got a one-syllable name.
Yeah.
So my name's Geraint. I'm a bit of a geek working in social care. And yeah, excited to be here. Excited to be at the Care Show. Great to be seeing you again.
Perfect. Right. So we're here to talk about learning disabilities and autism. So we had a quick chat about that. Obviously, you work in technology. Do you want to first off just tell us a little bit about what you do, and then we'll go from there?
Yeah, great idea. So I run a company called Guided Innovation. We help care companies to digitalize. So all day long, people come to me and say, Geraint, help. I've got a problem with X, Y, Z, medication administration, agency use, well-being of staff. And I look for digital and tech-led solutions for them. And they're very innovative, and we come up with new models of care and all sorts of really exciting stuff. Love that you've picked up on kind of learning disabilities and autism. This is an area that Guided Innovations found itself working in way more in 2024 than we've ever done before. Traditionally elderly care and things like that and dementia, but actually acquired brain injury, learning disabilities, autism is fascinating for innovation. So York, let's give you one example. So the digital divide is huge amongst people with learning disabilities. Other citizens get the luxury of accessing social media, having mobile devices, the freedom to access all data all the time and add to that data pool to share their views and opinions. People with learning disabilities don't often have that. So we've been having the absolute pleasure of working with an organisation who's actually developed a social media platform for people with learning disabilities. So it's a safe, regulated area where people can share their views, connect with people, and what you got from it was nothing we expected. We thought it would be a play area for people sharing ideas and views. Instead, we've had people going, hey, anyone fancy a date? And someone going, all right, and them going on a date together. We've had people going, hi, to the carer that's coming to see me today, I'd like to do this. Self-setting of a care plan and support plan, which is amazing. We've had people putting on there their hopes and dreams. I'd love to go to Glastonbury. Hey, me too. Me 3. 6 people went to Glastonbury this year.
Wow.
From it. So yeah, this is just scratching the surface of kind of tech in that space.
That's really interesting. I think, I always talk about the idea of the care sector, the sort of adult elderly care sector is the poor cousin of the NHS. Then the learning disabilities is the evil stepson they've locked in the loft, right? It gets even less attention, but it's much more. There's hundreds of thousands of people in this sector that need a lot of care and can live beautiful existences as well. So it's a really really interesting area, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it is fascinating, and interestingly, you can open the doors out of the sector, out into the general public. The phenomenal number of people who live with disabilities, like you and me, and people walking around the show today. If we can tap into their amazing personalities and ideas and enable them through the use of technology, it really makes a much wider ecosystem. And, the UK could be cutting edge for this kind of stuff. We are quite good, I have to say, I have to acknowledge that. As a government, we are not too bad at acknowledging learning disabilities. Funding it, not so great. Hopefully that will change. I really do hope.
Yeah, I mean, they're not great at funding anything, but
No, that's not good. Funding it, regulating it, or anything.
Well, talking about regulation then, so we touched on CQC in our conversation before. What's your thoughts? What's going on? It's obviously...
Yeah, look, you've got
turbulent
CQC,
time.
you've got Care Inspectorate Wales, you've got Care Inspectorate in Scotland. There's a number of regulators across the UK. CQC have generally been the one that change first. They've often changed frameworks and done new things, and the rest of the UK watch, learn from the mistakes and do it better. And CQC have done the same this time round. The framework is incredibly disappointing. Their implementation of it, even more so. I feel for care providers right now. I really feel. Right now, sorry, care providers, you don't need to be regulated by CQC. You need to protect yourself from CQC. But, York, let me be positive as well. CQC are listening to this, and they're changing.
They just literally posted a blog on their website about how they are listening and they're trying to do things differently, and they've taken that on board, and they've got some new senior people coming in, and so obviously they're taking it. They're not doing what a typical government agency might do, which is just like shut the door and go, la la la, I'm not listening.
That's exactly right. So look, if I can talk specifically to those of you that are at the Care Show today and tomorrow, please find CQC stand. They're in the room. Go and
that's something to be
them.
said, that they actually come.
Isn't it? Yeah. It looks like a bunker. They're hiding. No, it's not true. But please go. They're listening. Talk to them. They'll take it on, I'm sure. I am sure.
And I, in that process, discovered that CQC inspectors are actually human beings. like they're real people. They're there and they're real humans, and the things that work for real humans work. And I think that's a part of that settings have got to think about is that this is a person coming, so I want to try and make their life as easy as possible, because I've had mixed feedback on the framework. Some people quite like it. Some people think, actually, you know what, I understand. And I think when you look at it holistically, where it puts the feedback at the centre, whereas before it was more about kind of what have you done for this? Have you ticked this box? Have you ticked that box? For me, obviously I'm from the outside of it and don't really necessarily understand the bones of it. But people I've spoken to, some people have said they quite like it.
Yeah, I'll acknowledge that. I love the I statements. I love the feedback. I love the equity it talks about quite regularly. I really like all that. My nervousness came when I realised, as a care operator, you do a lot of that anyway. You are amazing. But now CQC want you to record it and evidence it. For me, that takes the fun out of it. When you've done something wonderful with an elderly lady on a trip to the seaside where she got, met her husband, to then go, did you enjoy yourself? Out of 5? That's my worry with the framework.
Yeah, I guess, there's some things in life that maybe you don't want to ask for a score on.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. But let me be the geek. Let me bring this back to technology if I can. What I can firmly say with the CQC regulation is technology is going to support you. They've been very open with, we want to be data-led. We want to make insight and decisions of how you care from data. So get data ready for that. If you have manual processes and paper, and I do count Word and Excel and OneDrive as paper because it's manual, you've got to collate it. You're going to have to get an intern in to collate it, to self-regulate, because I know it's coming. If you've digitalized your meds, your rosters, your HR, your care plans, your risk assessments, you're ahead. You're ready. So, please don't sit back and wait for what CQC want. You can predict. They're going to want you to be using technology.
Yeah. So know how to pump out that report that tells you how much in agency usage you're doing, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
show them on any
that.
day, on any hour of any day, what agency percentage were you at and why, and what was the agency member's name. Tick all that quickly with them, and it gives them that assurance. That's what they're looking for, is assurance. If you go to the car boot to get a file out to answer it, you're doomed.
It's interesting, a friend of mine was looking for care for his mum, and one of the main things he looks at is how much agency staff they use, because he's like, if they use lots of agency staff, I don't feel comfortable with the quality of the care.
I'll help your friend. 3 questions to ask.
Yeah.
What agency use have you got in your home? How long has the registered manager been in post? If it's less than 6 months, be concerned. And the third one, if they'll tell you, med errors.
Okay.
I don't care what their med errors are, whether it's 0 or 100. Believe it or not, I don't care. What I care about is trend. Is it going up? Is it staying the same?
Yeah.
Is it going down? If it's going up and they have agency use and the manager's been in less than 6 months, look for another home.
Yeah. And I guess ultimately you can judge, even if they won't tell you information, you can judge by how they respond to you.
Easily.
Yeah.
Easily.
That,
a great one. I forget her name. I'm really sorry. There was a lady that was, I don't know if she still is, in charge of Care Inspector at Wales. And she said, at every conference she went to, she said the same thing. Please, when you walk through any care setting, check the fingernails. Just check the fingernails. If residents have dirty fingernails, you can assume the attention to detail that staff have in that home isn't where it needs to be. You can assume they're not taking the time to prepare meals properly, or care for them, or wash them, or get them out of bed. Look at the fingernails. So it's these little hints as you walk around.
Yeah, because buying care for your loved one is probably one of the most difficult things you're ever going to have to buy. You take buying a home or buying a car and times that by 5 or 10, and then wrap a whole load of negative emotions around it, because you probably, in all honesty, don't want to do it, and you're kind of having to because you can't deliver the care that your loved one needs, right?
Yeah, I've just gone through that experience with my father this year. And you're right, it's really difficult, really tough. There's a veneer on the front of a care operator that suggests it's brilliant and wonderful and the place for your dad until you scratch the surface of it. But yeah, it's fascinating.
I'm sorry, I work in marketing for care homes, so part of that is my job, but ultimately we find out quite quickly if we go into an organisation and it's not very good, you end up not being able to make a very good video because the teams don't really like working for the company. The residents they put forward don't really have anything good to say. Yeah, and quite quickly you end up sort of making a fairly weak bit of content.
You do yourself a disservice by calling yourself marketing.
Yeah.
I'm such an advocate for Five on a Bike and the
thank
way
you.
you operate. What you don't do is go into a care operator, find out what the directors want and deliver it. You go deep into the daily operations of the care company, the vulnerable people that live there and the angels that support them, and you uncover that. They can't hide from you.
Yeah.
And you do these heartfelt, honest, open videos which are fantastic.
And as well, quite a lot of the organisations we work with are happy to hear feedback from their customers, right? And I guess that's really what the new framework for the CQC does, is it just puts that feedback front and centre. It sort of forces you, and I know as a business owner, it's hard to ask your customer, was there anything I can do better for this, right? Because there probably is, right? There almost always is going to be, and it can be hard to ask that question.
Yeah. But know that it will never be your shirt. They will always say, don't change your shirt. It's awesome.
I don't know, some people might. Right, well, lovely. Thank you for coming in to the studio.
Absolute
and
pleasure.
I hope you have a successful rest of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Right, we'll be back shortly. Hello, welcome back to the Caring Conversation studio, live at the Care Show at the Birmingham NEC. Right, so we have another volunteer, victim, whatever you would like to call you, for our studio chat. Daniel?
Dan's fine.
Dan's
yeah,
fine, right,
yeah.
lovely. Do you want to introduce yourself? Tell us who you are and what you do.
Yeah, sure. So my name's Dan Jenkins. I'm a commercial director for Wagada Digital. We're a full-service digital agency. We've got offices in London, St Albans and Cheltenham. We offer digital marketing, employer branding, website development, and we're HubSpot partners as well. We work extensively with brands throughout the sector. And yeah, we're exhibiting here as well today at the Care Show.
Perfect. So we're going to talk a bit about the sort of future of the workforce.
Yeah.
So obviously, the proposition for for a potential employee is a really interesting one. It's difficult to get right. There's lots of sort of fundamental things that you need to do to underpin that. But I think we'll talk about that kind of top level of stuff, how you attract people in. So I don't know, what's good in recruitment at the moment?
It's a really good question because, you know, the face of recruitment has changed exponentially over the last few years. I mean, you know, there's no doubt that COVID had an enormous impact. I think there was a lack of trust, even from some people going into the profession, and I think there's been an impact on the general funnel, you know, in that regard. I think what we're seeing now is a very different landscape to even the last couple of years. I think that people expect more from the workplace, you know, and that's not just within the care sector, that's throughout the country and the world at large. So we're sort of in this fight really, where we've got a balance between you know, salary, wage, and literal kind of pounds, shillings and pence, but then also an organisation's values, what it can offer people, the way of life, the community that that person's going into. And we've gone through periods where any one of those two separate things have been more prominent, and now I think we're in a world where people are expecting it all. So you know, we've got a cost of living crisis, so there's an expectation in terms of, as I say, salary expectations and the practical side of things, but then also making sure that they're going into a setting or an employer that shares their values and is going to give them the type of opportunity that they want from within the sector. So I think it's very challenging at the moment for brands to stand out in that marketplace.
And I think ultimately when you break that down, it's about being a good company to work for. So I think people get a bit kind of, you know, confused about the whole, you know, should we pay them less and give them more benefits? Yep. It's not about the, you know, I don't know, this app that they get that means that they can get cheaper cinema tickets. It's about the holistic approach to say, right, we compensate people well, we're flexible, we understand when people have issues and we work with them, and we have good systems in place, which mean that if they want to take sick leave, they can do that. If they want if they want to change shifts, they can do that. So I see that a lot. I own a coffee shop as well as this business, and mostly 18-year-olds. They want flexibility. Yeah. That's what they want, and so we give that to them, right? And it's difficult because sometimes that means going, okay, you don't have to work tomorrow.
That's right.
Yeah. So you know,
I think you're absolutely right, and I think what that stems from is really understanding your workforce. You know, understanding your team, understanding who you want to employ, who you want to have within the organisation, and what their needs really are. You know, you do see some organisations that offer sort of perks and bonuses that actually don't resonate with prospects and with those that they would like to employ. And I think that you've really got to look at that overarching picture of what a good workplace means to people, and then make sure that you're able to effectively promote that and position yourself as being able to offer that, so that when it comes to it, people are either thinking of choosing you over another provider, or even going into this sector and choosing you over a completely different sector. So yeah, it's a tightrope, you know, a tightrope walk.
So when you're kind of creating branding packages or recruitment packages for companies, what sort of process do you go through?
So I think there's a lot. I think one of the most important things is to really nail down what's called your employer value proposition, your EVP. So, you know, what's our promise? What's our pledge as an employer? What is it that we are offering that's going to make us stand out from the crowd? You know, and that can be a single strapline, a single sentence, a statement that you kind of hang your hat off. That can be quite a big exercise. You know, in order to get that right, you might want to engage the wider members of the team, you know, find out what it means to them to be a part of the brand. Once you've got
I think
that,
don't do that yourself as the business owner. Yeah, get the team that work for you to do that. Yeah.
It's absolutely not a kind of a solo or an inward-looking exercise. It's a much more open exercise to really pin that down. And you'd be amazed what you get back. Team members can come out with things that you wouldn't have even, you know, considered or expected. But once you've got that employer value proposition, you can hang everything off that. Your whole campaign, your whole approach, you know, What are the messages that you're putting out on social channels? How are you developing your job listings, your advertising in this regard? So I think that's your kind of your first stepping stone, if you like, towards a much wider journey in terms of then, making sure that you become an employer of choice and that you're positioning yourself as one.
As ultimately, I think you do need to advertise the job roles, right? You need to understand who you're looking to employ, and create that job role. Obviously, there's things that you can't say, like, I want someone who's 55 to 65. But I think if you understand that's what you're looking for, you can do that in the sort of advertising.
And interestingly, I think a very easy and common mistake then is when we write job ads, whether that's for online listings and portals, or if it's for your own job listings, or indeed platforms like LinkedIn. It's very natural to talk about ourselves as an employer, to talk about who we are, this is who we are, this is our home or setting or organisation, and we talk very much about we do this, this is what we are, this is what we're about. And actually there's an exercise in completely flipping that on the head, in making sure that you're talking to the reader. Who's the person? How are you going to attract them? Say more about you. This is what we're going to offer you. This is what we expect from you, because a lot of roles within this sector are going to be very, very challenging. And that's sort of okay, and that's actually exciting. So it's about how you effectively demonstrate that as well, so that you attract people who are ready and up for the challenge, and that you don't kind of sugarcoat it in your job listings. So those actual job listings are difficult, I think, to get right. But again, there's a big exercise in how you do that effectively.
Yeah, I think ultimately, there's a lot of there's a sort of trope around, people get paid the same amount to work in Lidl. It's like, well, you can't compare the job. Even if you get paid the same amount, it's much more fulfilling working in social care, just because, like you said, it's more challenging. And some people don't want to be bored at work, and they don't want to have to do that. So I think it's about creating that proposition that's correct for the audience, right?
Yeah, I agree. I think as well, I know a number of providers can often struggle, and it's interesting actually, because we work within the early years sector as well, which is obviously both ends of the age scale, but they face such similar challenges, especially from a recruitment perspective. And what's very interesting that we see in both elderly care and early years care is the challenge from the point of often interview offer. So the drop-off between the offer of an interview and those then actually attending the interview, and then sometimes the drop-off from that point in terms of job offer, and so when you start to think about it like that, there's so much valuable information and content that we're speaking about here in terms of what an employer can offer. And there's a really important consideration in terms of how you're communicating that message to those that are already engaged with your organisation or your setting. So are you sending them these gentle reminders? Are they getting strong email communications from you? Are you reminding them at all those points in the recruitment journey why they should choose you? Because chances are they're going to be interviewing for other organisations as well. You need to make sure that you're front of mind during that process, that when they're sat with almost literally two offers, one in front of the other, what's the edge? Because it might not be salary. The salary might even be less. But if the opportunity is stronger and the proposition is stronger, you become the employer of choice at whatever level that individual is.
I had an interesting conversation with a friend of mine recently who was applying for various jobs, and one of them, he got the contract through and challenged something in the contract with the HR team, and they were really rude to him. He's like, well, I'm not going to work there. Like, if I can't just have a sensible... the lady apparently was just like, well, why are you even asking me this question? It's like, well, people expect this now, right? They expect that.
They do. And I think that there's an expectation that there's going to be an experience, a certain brand experience that they are going to get at every point in the journey. I was once working with an organisation where a customer fed back and they said, you know what, you're the living, breathing version of your leaflet. And I thought that was the nicest bit of feedback, because it's the fact that we talked a little bit about employer value proposition, who you are. If you're purporting to be something as an organisation, to be engaging, challenging, warm, friendly, or any of these phraseology, make sure that the team live and breathe that. There's a whole internal marketing piece there. So, in that example, perhaps, that stakeholder hadn't bought in enough to his own or her own organisation's personal branding to make sure that they were the living, breathing version of the leaflet. And I think that's massively important.
Have you got a quick tip you can share with someone who's looking at their branding proposition? What should they do? What's a kind of top line, something someone should do?
Yeah, so I guess something top line would be, it's broad, but I would say think outside the box. Like, think creatively, think differently. I think that it's very easy to warm to kind of common buzz phrases and quite standard terminology. This is a very competitive marketplace, a very competitive landscape. We work with a particular brand that, for example, their TikTok channel completely breaks down any misconceptions about what it's like to be in a care home. and it gets a huge amount of engagement and positive energy. So I do think, have a little think, what really is it that sets you apart? What is it that makes you different? Do your exercises around that with the wider team, and then think a bit more outside the box, and even in a slightly provocative manner, about how you can really get a message out there that's going to cut through the noise and doesn't just fall into the path that lots of other providers might be doing.
I've heard car boot sales. If you're recruiting, go to the local car boot sale, buy a table, put a stand up, give away some flyers, some free bits and pieces, promotes the home or the home care service, and you can recruit people.
Yeah, I honestly think word of mouth, you cannot underestimate the power of word of mouth.
Yeah.
There's a lot of talk about the conversations that happen at the school gates. I think when you have, care homes, as an example, they're very, geographic specific. They might be hyper local, or you might actually be dealing in quite a small sort of pool from those that can access the settings. So yeah, think about those face-to-face communities. Think as well about those online communities. I know a lot of brands get a lot more benefit from posting to kind of community groups on channels like Meta, Facebook, rather than just purely, on the organic stream. So have a look at how you can think differently about reaching and resonating, and also think about if you need to have different channels. Do you have a customer-facing social presence and then an employment social presence? We've built employment websites so that a brand has a specific recruitment website, as well as a B2C, a direct-to-customer website. So, have a little think about, how that whole landscape looks for you as an organisation.
I think sort of Facebook local groups are good.
Exactly.
It can be quite tricky to kind of, it's got to be good content, otherwise it just won't make it. I mean, my local Facebook group gets 12 posts a day, so unless it's interesting, you're not going to get any reach with it. So it's quite, it's not what it used to be in terms of, you need to use all the tricks in the book to get
you do.
to across,
and there's a big push now, and you'll know this, in terms of kind of short form content and video content and sort of the value of that. So think a little bit about what it is that you're posting on these channels. I would always say quality over quantity, and you've got to remember that it might be the second, third, fourth, fifth touch point. They might see something on a community group. That person is probably already aware of your setting or your organisation, and it might be the fifth engagement that they've had with the brand. So have a little think about that as well, and that we don't lead with too many kind of sales messages, and it's more as an opportunity to demonstrate the values of the organisation and what you're about. So again, it's about really thinking about a bit broadly about how you create social content.
And I agree with that, quality over quantity, but I don't think quality necessarily means expensive.
It doesn't.
I think it just means thought through.
Correct.
So like we create a lot of content for social media, and most of it's very cheap to make, but it's thought through. So it's like it's part of a link to a campaign, or so a lot of what I do with this stuff is that I tag people in things. So I create bits of content, involve other people, so it automatically creates a kind of cycle of sharing straight away. We share it internally in our teams to make sure that we're really good.
I think authenticity, again, that is a bit of a buzzword, but having that kind of authentic glass box culture on social media that sort of opens a door to who you are, as you say, doesn't necessarily mean overly polished and expensive. But it does mean well thought out and well crafted, and making sure that it's supporting a bigger message. And I think that's what quality really is in that context. Yeah.
Perfect. Right. Thank you very much for coming into
Pleasure.
the studio. I hope you have a successful couple of days at the Care Show. Stand
L61,
L61,
Wagoner Digital.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
Lovely to meet you.
Dan.
Cheers. All the very
Brilliant.
best.
Cheers. Right, we'll be
Thanks.
back shortly with another interview. Hello, welcome back to the Care in Conversation studio, live from the Care Show at the NEC in Birmingham. We have another interviewee in the studio. Petra, hello, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Lovely, well, thank you for coming. Do you want to tell us a bit who you are and what you do?
Yes, my name is Petra Meinlova, and I work with a range of care providers on their marketing strategy. So I would support them as an outsourced marketing director.
Perfect. How does that sort of articulate itself in a day-to-day for you then? Do you work with different companies, or do you work with one at a time? How does it work?
I work with different companies, and different care organizations need different things. So usually they would bring me in if they are looking at building a marketing strategy. They may have a marketing team already, and I would come in as an external pair of eyes to build up the messaging, the structure, the communications, and how to target the right audiences with messages and tools that are appropriate and relevant.
Perfect. So we're going to talk about the future of the workforce, and obviously big part of marketing. And I don't know when this quite happened. I think it might have been through COVID. Suddenly the recruitment department went to the marketing department and said, oh, we need to market our recruitment, don't we? And they went, yeah, you do. And then suddenly the marketing department is in charge of recruitment marketing as well. So what's a kind of, typically for an organisation, how would you help them with their recruitment marketing?
Quite often organizations haven't quite worked out the messaging that is relevant for prospective and existing employees, and staff shortages are experienced by many care providers. So looking at how people engage within the organization with their staff team, from celebrating small achievements, having access to leadership, and being able to raise a hand when they see something that is really great, but also something that isn't so good. And then utilizing all of the marketing tools, digital, social media, to really celebrate people and the good practice that there is. There's been...
Yeah, no, I was going to say, what do you see when people are kind of coming forward for care jobs? What stuff's important for them in terms of, like, what's the top information you're delivering in terms of benefits of working for the organisations?
It's interesting because it varies, and we've heard a lot about Generation X and millennials, and so the messaging needs to be really well targeted. So it could be learning and development, it could be progression pathways, it may be having a voice and being an equal partner in the care business or the care operation. So there's a lot of thinking in terms of who do we speak to and what really resonates with them. And I think the younger generation that is coming into the sector have got loads of really great ideas, and it's making sure that everybody has a voice.
And I guess also they're very sort of native with technology as well. So if you've got kind of a heavy amount of technology in care, which more and more now is the case, then targeting that younger generation can be really valuable, right?
Absolutely. And it is using different types of technologies, and one of my recent projects has been looking at how do we engage with the younger audiences versus people who may be in their 40s, 50s joining the care sector. So there's a clear differentiator between what matters to them and how we engage.
So how do you do that then, in terms of, I guess, because ultimately when you're recruiting, you can't kind of say how old you want someone to be, but ultimately you can design a job advert in a different way that might attract a different audience. How do you, say, target a younger audience versus an older audience in terms of people looking for work?
So the messaging is key. So looking at what matters to the young people who are part of that process. So learning, development, progression pathways, being able to work for an organization that has got value and purpose and really stands behind it. Sustainability and the ESG focus has also become a little bit more prominent. And I think people want to make a difference in terms of what they do and why they do it. So clearly defining the whys, why do we do what we do, beyond the we want to deliver high quality care, and how does that then relate to me as an employee. And equally, if it's people of my generation, 40s plus, there's progression, there's pathways, but also that having a voice, I think, is a really important aspect. So, you know, we have walked in the shoes of a lot of care providers, and we know how the system works. So being able to contribute to how things operate, how things are, and being able to build the strategies, whether it's operations or governance or marketing or whatever other clinical therapeutic interventions it may be, it's a hugely important aspect of
I think
care.
in my experience, people ultimately want autonomy, and that's quite difficult to deliver in the care sector because there's lots of processes and systems that you need to follow. But I think if you any level of autonomy you can offer, you know, I think it's less about, you know, you've got this app that gives you 20% off cinema tickets. It's more about the kind of general conditions and the general understanding. And, you know, are you an organisation that, you know, if you recruit someone who's in their 20s, they want the organisation to understand that sometimes they might not feel well enough to come to work, and that they might want to have a bit of flexibility and do these different things. So, you know, I think those things are quite important to deliver as part of their strategy.
Absolutely. I think that it is absolutely right that it's not just about the core benefits that a lot of providers offer, the money off and coupons, but there's a lot of really good stuff like GP access that a lot of providers now do, and is really relevant to the kind of health and well-being of the people that work within the sector. And it's a hard job delivering care in often challenging situations. So focusing on health, well-being, flexibility, engagement, and I think even just being able to speak to the senior leaders who often are seen as not understanding what it's like to be on the shop floor, so to speak, is great. If there is recognition from the senior leaders that they understand what it's like, I think it creates a lot of value in the eyes of the carers.
What's a kind of top tip or the first thing that you do when you go into a new company in terms of helping them improve their marketing? Where do you look first?
If we talk about staff engagement, I love doing a thank you board. A thank you board.
A thank you board, okay.
It can be done as a physical board, or it can be done as a digital tool where anybody in the organisation or everybody in the organisation is asked to say thank you to a colleague, to their line manager, to anybody they would like to recognise within the group that they work with. And the stories that come out of that are heartwarming, amazing. There's a lot of love and dedication that is captured within those messages. And from a marketing perspective, they're great because they add to the narrative that the care provider may want to put out there. Internally, it creates a great buzz because everybody is excited. Adding on to that, there could be cross-discipline celebrations, so it is not the line manager who is recognizing, but it creates more visibility if somebody from a different department then says thank you. And having consistency in messaging in that process of celebration is creates a really good storytelling for the marketing team.
Perfect. And then when it comes to marketing, what obviously, you know, there's 30 different disciplines within marketing. Where do you go first? What's your key one? What do you think is one of the most important ones? Obviously, you know, we don't have to tell the others. It's fine. You know, what kind of, where do you go to first?
It's interesting when I meet providers for the first time and I ask them a similar question. They say, well, it depends. It depends on the person that we support in terms of what plan we put in place. And I think the answer is probably the same. We look at some of the priorities, so whether it is occupancy, whether it is staff recruitment or reputation, or building a cohesive strategy between the different departments, and then build a plan. So I love data, so looking at any kind of data, looking at the leaker bucket if it's relating to occupancy that need to be addressed, looking at the journey, whether it is an employee or a customer, and what the experience really feels like for them.
Perfect, right, lovely. Well, thank you for coming to the studio.
Thank you for having me.
It's been nice talking to you, and we will be back shortly with another interview. Hello, welcome back to the Caring Conversation studio, live from the Care Show in Birmingham, NEC. I'm here with Paul Blaine. How are you, Paul?
I'm good, thank you. Yourself?
I'm brilliant, thank you very much. Yeah, busy day. You just heard your voice from the PA system. It's very loud, isn't it?
It's very loud. I teach too much, so
Yeah.
I'm used to projecting the voice.
Right, so, Paul, do you want to tell us who you are and what you do?
Yeah, so I am Paul Blaine. I'm the managing director. And actually, I'm not the managing director. I'm the CEO of Care Business Associate Training, of SVL Care, which is residential care homes, and a number of tech companies as well. So busy boy.
Lovely, lovely. Well, we're going to talk about the CQC framework. So, love it or hate it?
I love the concept, how it's been delivered. I think there's a lot of confusion around it. But the actual concept itself is good if we can get consistency with it and we get the scoring system right. It's definitely the way forward for the future. What I don't want to see is us going through 2 years of this process for them to make a decision at that point. It's not really working that well. So drawing back and going back towards the old style, which, you know, some people would want, but that's only because change can be difficult. But I think the consistency of knowing what you're getting inspected against the quality statements and the way that they're going to score it and the evidence that's got to be supplied to be able to do that, it offers a lot more transparency. It gives the opportunity that when you have had your full inspection done, that there can be desktop inspections done on particular quality statements. That changes the score, can change the overall grade. That, in theory, takes away the possibility, which has been occurring a lot for a lot of people, of not being inspected for 4 years.
Yeah.
And I think to the general public, which is what this is all about, forget about the supplier at this moment in time. CQC is set up to protect the general public. Well, the general public can't make a real decision if an inspection has not been completed for 4 years on that service. So to be able to be inspected annually or even 6 monthly gives the opportunity for the general public to make a correct factual decision. So the idea behind it, the way it's set out, absolutely 100% behind it. How they're delivering it at this moment in time, that's debatable.
It strikes me that as a system, the new framework is a much more holistic in terms of it looks, and it kind of, rather than saying we want you to be technically good, proficient in these areas, it says we want you to be a good organisation and treat your customers well and treat your teams well, and it's much more based around the kind of holistic approach for business, which strikes me as better. But then, like you said, you've got the issue with the general public kind of not now knowing, I mean, the government have literally said CQC are no good, right? Like, what does the general public do with that? Like, I spoke to someone who works in funding, and he's like, we can't really use CQC's inspections as part of our framework for working out whether this organisation needs funding, because the government have basically said it's no good. So yeah, what do you do with that?
Well, okay, so where we currently are is not a good place, and that's because we're kind of in that transition period. But if I look at it from a funding perspective, so I acquired a care home that was in requires improvement. Now, we've invested a lot of money into that care home. We have won many awards with it. It's got top achievements in all other inspections, but it's never received a CQC inspection in 4 years. Now, the way the banking system was set up was you couldn't get refinance on a property that's in requires improvement. So you have to be good as a minimum standard, and that's the barrier. But then banks have got to look at it themselves, and they're going, but if it's not been inspected for 4 years, how do we know that's a true reflection? This company is able to prove that it's far beyond that now, and the investment is there, but computer says no currently because it was all reliant on CQC. So the minute the government turned round and said it's not fit for purpose, that kind of made the banking system and other finance areas go, well, what can we use now to make a credible score for this business? So it needs to get sorted out, because it should be a part of that requirement. And CQC should be, going out and trying to see if services are good. But at the same token, you can't leave the ones that are sat on inadequate or requires improvement in lumber, because the whole process was meant to be set out that if you got an inadequate, within 6 months you would be re-inspected, and if you did not improve, then we would be looking at embargoes, and we'd be looking at maybe notices to remove registration. If you got requires improvement, you had 12 months to sort that out and get to good. Otherwise, we slipped into embargoes. If you got a good, 2 years. If you got an outstanding, 3 years. That was the whole concept. So how can a requires improvement be sat in four years from not being inspected? One, that's not telling the general public that that's improved. What about the people that live in that service? Are we leaving them in a home that requires improvement?
Yeah.
And how does that home actually gain the finances to be able to lift itself out of it if they're not getting the opportunity? So when you look at that sort of system, it doesn't work. So that's when I sort of like look at it and say it needs to change. The only way I would accept this change is if it promised that we would get inspected more. Because as services, we are paying registration fees to get inspected.
So how do you square the circle then with your potential customers? So how, like, if your homes are required improvement, but obviously you've got a load of evidence to say that's nonsense, but that sticker is still there. How do you square the circle in terms of marketing?
You are. It's for a lot of care services. What people forget in terms of marketing is it's about the local community. So if Euro requires improvement, then somehow you've got to get the message out to the local community of all the investment you've been doing, all the improvements you've been doing, be that through social media, be it through sponsorships, be it through going and giving talks at colleges, schools, community centres. You've got to remove that barrier of don't look at the CQC website, but also you've got to push the fact of here's where we were and accept that, and here's where we are now. The problem that you've got is if someone just goes onto the website to see what your grade is without hearing about you and all the work you've done in the community or following you on social media, how many people see requires improvement and immediately move on to the next one?
Yeah.
Because I bet my bottom dollar is quite a few. Now that's unfair if a company has proved time and time again throughout those 4 years that it is not in that category any longer.
Yeah, it's a really difficult thing to combat against, isn't it?
Yeah.
I always recommend that you should address it right next to it.
Absolutely.
So say right next to it, you used to say, requires we disagree, and say something, and try and own that and say, this is the reason. So yeah, it must be frustrating as a provider then.
It is, but that's why I'm all for change. But the change has got to come with consistency.
Yeah, I mean, I did see CQC had posted a blog a couple of days ago saying, "We hear you. We're trying to do things." And just to say they come to this show, right? And they typically you wouldn't see that from an organisation like that.
But providers have been screaming about this. I've come to this care show 4 or 5 years in a row. How many times have you heard me on a stage slating about CQC, talking about the same issue? So when they're turning around now and saying, we've heard you, okay, brilliant, you've heard us. So what are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
Because it's a bit like the person that says, I hold my hand up all the time. Oh, I dropped the ball, I hold my hand up, right? That's acceptable once.
Yeah.
Now I want the solution as to how you actually learn from this. So they want us to have a learning, lessons learned culture, and with that provide evidence and action plans and timescales of how we're going to do it. So let's throw that straight back to CQC now. You're holding your hand up, you're saying you messed up, you say you screwed up on the portal, you say you rolled out the service inconsistently, you said your scoring system isn't working the way that you thought it would work, you're still not managing to get out and inspect people at a rate, there's still people waiting to be registered for dom care services and support services, there's still services that were registered 2 years ago that have never had an inspection. Okay, so lessons learned, is that a viable method or quango for the general public to be safeguarded? Answer, no. What are you going to do about it? We want the action plan, we want the timescales. Stop holding your hand up. Stop. I don't want to read your 300-word apology. I want to see action.
Well, you heard it here first. Thank you very much for coming, Paul. It's been a pleasure to see you again.
And you.
And cheers, thank you. Right, we'll be back shortly with another interview. Hello, welcome back to the Care and Conversation studio, live from the Care Show at the NEC in Birmingham. That's a really long sentence, that is, actually. I've been saying that all morning. It's very long. I keep almost saying London, the XO in London, because that was the last one we did.
Easy mistake.
So, we're here with Alex. How are you, Alex?
Yeah, very good, thank you. Very
Perfect.
busy day.
Busy day. Right, do you want to tell us who you are and what you do?
Yeah, I'm Alex Bull. I'm the operations manager at Stowe Healthcare Group. We are a family-owned and run business in East Anglia. We take over failed care homes and turn them around. So I'm ops manager there, so that's kind of overseeing the day-to-day operations and kind of working on turnaround projects and other things, including workforce.
Perfect. So yeah, future of workforce. I mean, it's an open question. What does that mean for you, future of workforce?
I think it's about future-proofing the workforce and making sure that we've got people coming through right from the bottom and coming up to the top as future leaders for the sector. My background, so I didn't set out necessarily to work in social care and kind of fell into it and started working part-time as a kitchen assistant and have progressed from there. So have done different roles within the home setting and then moved into the group provider role and management eventually. So what I do in part of my job is use my own story to inspire others to look at different routes and career pathways within the sector.
Perfect. So I guess a lot of it is when people join the care sector is explaining that actually there is quite a really good career path for you to follow here. So what's your path again? What did you say?
So I started as a kitchen assistant,
yeah.
So did that and domestics, and I think that's what we're trying to say to people is you don't necessarily have to come into care and do the job that you apply for forever. It's coming through the door, finding what is right for you. Is it in the kitchen or is it as a cleaner? You're not that confident in, you learn a lot of communication skills in the work that we do, interacting with people, but you might not have the confidence to deliver personal care. But that's a great set of skills for a domestic who can go in and have those chats that they've got the time to have those personal conversations. So it's those kind of roles, they don't understand how many life skills they're learning on those kind of jobs.
So in terms of kind of like through COVID, obviously there was an influx of different ages of workforce, different backgrounds of workforce. What's the current trends at the moment? Like, what type of people are coming in? Are you recruiting like mainly economically inactive people? Are you recruiting young people? What's the sort of mix for you at the moment?
We've got a bit of a mixture across our organisation, and what we try and do is work with local schools and colleges and almost get cohorts of people in every year, because we're struggling as a sector, but we have got people that are going to schools, coming of age, looking for jobs, and that happens year on year. So we need to kind of be a bit savvier at filtering those people in and drawing people in. So we go and speak to people who are studying health and social care. They come through to us and we can give them some work experience based around the subject that they're studying. So they've got something on their CV, and then they can stay with us during the holidays, pick up part-time work, and then work full-time. Some come and fill that gap in the summer when our full-time staff, it's the kids' holidays and they want that time off. So it's a kind of finding that clever balance of where can you find the people to plug your gaps. So that's kind of what I work on.
I guess that's quite, for something so simple, it's quite innovative to actually just kind of go to the local schools and colleges and say...
And particularly with nurses. We've been to the local university. We spoke in March to students graduating in the summer, and 70% of those students didn't have jobs to go to. Now, we're crying out as a sector for nurses, so why are we not being cleverer and pulling those people in? And from that conversation, we had 2 preceptee nurses join our company, and they're now kind of starting their nursing career in social care, and just partnering with them and offering placements. Universities are crying out for student placements, and people won't do it because they think it's a lot of hassle. You get funding for student placements, so
always love a bit of funding.
That's winner. You get funding for taking that on. One of our homes has kind of said we're going to take student placements, and we want to use our funding for that on additional tech to support our students going forward. So you get funding, they get the experience of social care, and actually you're not in a hospital setting. You can't just page the GP and get them to come down and see it. You have got the autonomy as the nurse in a nursing home, and people think you lose your skills, but you're actually developing more skills and more. You get to know the patients longer. You kind of get into the real nitty gritty of the nursing care in social care.
I guess if you work in a hospital, a lot of the care can be quite short term. You have a very strict set of kind of things that you need to do, whereas actually within a care setting that might be much broader, and then you can work with people for months and months on end.
And those student places have also cemented full-time employment for us as well. So students that thought they knew they wanted to go one way have actually said, I really like it here, and the team have made me feel really welcome and I fit in, and this is where I want to start my career. So again, it's about taking those opportunities and looking at what it's going to do for your business.
And I imagine it's fairly competitive in terms of salary, like nurses.
We pay our nurse, so we don't have a banding for our nurses. We pay our precepting nurses as registered nurses as soon as they graduate with us. We've got a full precepty program, and we've got clinical leaders who will sit with them and take them through their preceptorship, and then on to where they want to go. One of our now home managers, she was a carer. She did her nursing. She came back. She did her preceptorship with us. She worked as a nurse for 2 years. She then became the deputy manager during the pandemic, and 4 months ago she was offered the role as home manager of the home she was once a carer.
Nice.
And she's now a registered nurse. So the route is endless if you want that.
Yeah. And in terms of those new people coming into the sector, so the kids that you're bringing in from the schools, are they different from the previous generation? Are they kids different from 5 years ago, 10 years ago, in your experience?
They want progression. If you look at the characteristics of Gen Z, they want progression quickly, and we have to be reactive to that and look at a pathway for them. And I'm working with the Department of Health and Social Care on the early adopters for the new workforce pathway to clearly set out to people where you can start, what you go on to, and how you can add those building blocks to your career. And we need to have that set out, because that's what people want. They want to learn, they will absorb it, and they will run with it, but you have to show them the right direction so they're not running off in the right direction. But they grew up with technology as part of what they do, and we are developing every day as a sector in terms of what we can do with technology. So it's about how we can harness their skills and bring that in.
And I think the care sector, I've seen examples of people working in the sector for sort of 8 to 10 years, and then they're managing homes. And these are big businesses, and it's a lot of home managers. It's a well-paid role, stressful, but all well-paid roles are generally stressful. So really spelling that out to the younger ones is important, I think.
Yeah, and they love, there's a lot about sustainability and health and well-being, and it's something that we need to do better at as a sector. So hopefully they can teach us some of that stuff. How can we better manage that stress, and bringing in someone that's kind of, it's not about putting tools down and everybody going home and that kind of thing. We can't do that because we're a 24/7 service. But what little things can we do to help relieve pressure, and seeing these as opportunities to learn from the younger generation about perhaps how we can change the way we do things, and that we don't have to have that set in stone.
Yeah. Have you got a kind of top tip for people when they're recruiting? What's something that works for you guys?
I would say number one, kind of don't set that person, just get people through your doors and find their place once they're through the door. Don't assume that the role that they're recruited to is the right role, but it doesn't mean they haven't got a role with you. But get to know that person and their strengths and weaknesses. You can ask all the questions at interview, but you only really know when somebody's in and they've started working what they're like. So give people a chance and get them to find their fit and help them find their fit. And the other one really is to take those opportunities up. Be the provider that approaches your local schools, universities. Don't sit back and wait. Don't go to the careers fairs and wait for students to walk past and come to your stand, because they won't. Get face time with them, sell yourself to them, and the rewards will come back to you.
I'm sure if you approached a local high school and said, can I do a 5-minute talk in your assembly,
Yeah.
They'd absolutely let you do that,
And that's
right?
absolutely what we did, and we got FaceTime with people in their lessons as part of what we did, because they're covering things in the curriculum and they have to cover it, and we are doing it every day. They didn't know how to cover when people aren't compliant with infection control measures, and this is bread and butter to our dementia homes, where during the pandemic people wouldn't isolate. So it's how do you manage people with COVID in a dementia setting during an outbreak. So it was really interesting for them to talk and hear firsthand how what they're learning through textbooks happens in reality.
Perfect. Right. Anything else you want us to share?
No, I think
good.
we've covered everything.
Well, thank you very much for coming to the studio, and we will be back shortly with another interview.
Is that about right?
Hello, welcome back to the Caring Conversation studio, live at the NEC in Birmingham. We are here with Debbie Harris. Hi, Debbie.
Hello, York. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Right, let's have an interesting conversation. I guess actually first, you want to tell us a bit about who you are and what you do?
Yeah, sure. Debbie Harris, founder and managing director of Autumna. We are a consumer directory, really. We support families who are looking for care. We primarily support self-funding families. That's where our expertise lies. It's where my expertise lies. And for us, it is about presenting the sector in a positive way, in a trusted way, and giving independent information.
What's the market like at the moment then? Is it busy with self-funders? Is it quiet? What's the general vibe? It's October 2024. Where's the market at?
I think the market is reasonably strong. I think occupancy is reasonably strong, but it's variable. So depending on whether or not, depending on your location, depending on your price point, depending on the care that you offer, providers are seeing different inquiry levels across those different points. It's a really interesting one to actually break down the data. I think generally speaking, it's good. We're back to sort of more sustainable levels than we have been.
It's been a bit of a weird market over the past
Certainly
few years,
has.
and it's been. I often think there's a kind of a tipping point with care organisations where if occupancy is, I don't say, for example, above 80. They're like, okay, cool, and they kind of chill a bit on the marketing side. And then if it's below, suddenly the money kicks in and they start really kind of pushing and trying to get that up. And I think it's about 78% occupancy across the sector at the moment or something. So
it's more than that. And
Yeah.
I've been speaking to quite a few providers who are comfortably into the 90%
Wow, okay.
occupancy. But again, these are the larger providers in some instances, which is fine. But it's the SMEs that might be struggling and might not have the marketing power, the marketing pull to attract additional clients.
Yeah. So we had a little chat about the CQC framework and kind of how that works. What's your thoughts on all of that then, Debbie?
Okay, so I think it's fair to say the CQC is not doing what it is supposed to do. The government has said so, the CQC has said so, let's face it, and absolutely without question every single provider I speak to is telling me the CQC is not supporting them. I represent care seekers. We are effectively the voice of care seekers, and I can categorically tell you that the CQC is not working for care seekers. If you have a report, and I think it was James Bullion that said the average age of a care home report at the moment is 3 years and 8 months old.
Wow.
I mean, that is criminal.
That's for an average as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
As a care seeker, you need to know what the quality of that care is like now, not 4 years ago. And how demoralising for the care provider who has had that report, has put in all of the improvements, has done lots of work, made things better, and they have no way of getting the CQC back in to re-inspect. And that is probably actually the biggest criticism I'm hearing from providers. They cannot get the CQC back in to re-inspect.
Yeah. And I guess ultimately as a company that's put a lot of effort into it, if you've got that requires improvement badge, it's like having a tattoo across your forehead. You can make the case against it. It's really difficult to push past that because
It really is.
Because the buying public still see that as as valuable, and we as a sector have to kind of explain it and say, well, it might say that, but if you look at the age of the report, but it's a bit like once you've heard a bit of bad news, it's quite difficult to sort of undo that, isn't it?
And bad news always spreads, doesn't it, as well? Much easier than good news.
Yeah.
I think if you've got an RI, it impacts you everywhere. So I was talking to a provider earlier in the week, and they were telling me that the local authority pay them less in fees if they have an RI, and they cannot get the CQC back in to re-inspect them.
Yeah.
So not only are they losing clients because clients are deciding not to go into an RI home, but they're also losing money from the local authority as well. I mean, it's
imagine
ludicrous.
probably also ending up with more complex cases as well. I'd imagine in that scenario where there's less
Quite
family
possibly.
involvement or something like that, where someone's being placed because no one else wants to take them and they're like having to do it. So you're fighting on all fronts.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the sector desperately needs, which is what we launched in the summer, OpenScore. It desperately needs the ability to demonstrate directly to potential clients the quality of their care and their service in real time. And it is frankly insane that it doesn't already exist, but it doesn't. So that's what we've developed in conjunction with Care England, with Langbuisson, with Virgin Money, with Legal & General and other stakeholders. So we've got everybody together and we've said, right, if we are to have a real-time quality and service assessment, what should the data points be? How should we do it so that it supports providers? And we represent the care seeker, so I'm going to make sure it supports the care seeker as well. And we've worked on this for over a year.
Yeah.
It launched
we
in the summer.
About it.
Yeah, we have done before.
Yeah.
We've got over 2,000 providers using it.
Yeah.
So I can tell you, York, I had a few sleepless nights before it went live. I can tell you, because I thought, oh my God, what's everybody going to think?
Because I would assume with this that you can't. Yeah, there's a stand opposite us, and it's very easy to get a 9.9, or it seems to be. It seems that most care homes have a 9.9 or a 9.8. I assume it's much more difficult to get a very, very high score.
The average, nobody has a 10. It's out of 10, nobody has a 10. The average.
Because perfect care is impossible.
Well,
right?
exactly right, exactly right. The average, the benchmark on the platform is 7.5.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's still good. Very good.
Yeah.
But we want to incorporate more data points so that we're really getting and supporting the care provider.
Yeah.
And we, do you know, the other thing that we're starting to do now is we're working with suppliers to the care homes. It's just in care homes at the moment, but we'll roll out. We're working with suppliers to the care homes. And if you have invested time and money in digital care planning service, for example, system, you know, I mean, and believe me, that is time and money. You've got no ROI on that. And the care seeker, your prospective clients, doesn't understand the implications and the significance of having digital care plans in a care home, not until they move in, by which time they're already a client. So by feeding it into OpenScore, it's giving the care providers an ROI on this investment that they're making. So we're looking at working with more and more suppliers on that. I think that will really help.
Without kind of sharing the secrets, what's a couple of examples of the data points that go into OpenScore?
At the moment, for version 1, we've got CQC, of course, you've got to have that, regulator rating. We've got Food Standards Agency, we've got Registered Manager, so they're all the APIs. So it's broken up into 3 tranches. That's the first tranche. Second tranche is self-assessment by the care provider. Self-assessment purely because it doesn't exist anywhere else.
Yeah.
This is stuff that we have developed, and that's on food, ESG and IPC. And then the third tranche is about the data that you're giving the care seeker, the consumer, and that how fresh it is, how up to date it is, are your prices visible, the important stuff. 65 of them, so you know there's quite a few, and as I say, we're now starting to talk to suppliers about bringing in more data.
As a care home able to kind of submit a report about their food and how it's prepared, where it's sourced, and I guess based on that information, you articulate a score from that to help understand. Yeah.
So choice dining is something that we developed about 2.5 years ago, and that we work with Unilever and NHS nutritionalists and a whole load of stakeholders on this, and we said, right, if you are going to demonstrate good food in a care home and variety and choice and presentation, etc., what should we be building for choice dining in order for the care home to present that? So, you know, this is a badge that's been on the Autumna website for the last couple of years, and we're just pulling that data in. We've developed these data sources, and it's now pulling into OpenScore. We've pulled them all together.
Yeah, and I assume reviews and things play into it as well.
Interestingly, live reviews come into it, and the only live reviews we are currently pulling in are from the digital reception and e-reception, so the digital sign-in, sign-out books.
Yeah.
So the providers that have gone digital and are using these rather than paper, when you sign out, you're given the opportunity to rate the care home, and it sort of roughly aligns with the Chloe's, and we've worked with digital reception and e-reception, and that feeds directly then into OpenScore. So you've got...
because you're guaranteed then it's a verified score.
Exactly right. You can't do it via Google reviews because you can't verify it.
Yeah.
So you know somebody's been in the care home. What's really interesting in comparison to, say, the carehome.co.uk reviews is, I was on a panel with Will this morning, and he was saying sort of the KPI for that is 1 review a month, which is absolutely fine. It's a text-based review. It's much more detailed. But when you're using these digital sign-in, sign-out books, we're seeing an average of 70 reviews a month.
Wow.
So it goes from being subjective, what one person thinks about your care home, to an objective overview of the quality of your care in real time.
Yeah, because
That's
as
critical.
well, the negative and positive, the reviews can be, they are subjective because
they have
one
to be.
person's experience may, again, like we said, care is very complicated to deliver. So, regardless of
sometimes
what
it's going to go
happens,
wrong.
Sometimes it's going to go wrong, So that's really interesting. So you think, obviously I had a chat with Virgin Money earlier, and they were talking about how they're looking to adopt that system as part of the scoring for funding. How do you think that plays into funding for, you've mentioned that the local authorities will pay lower rates. Do you think you can ever get that to the point where it's taken as seriously as I guess you want that to be the benchmark for quality
well, absolutely.
care.
So our founding principles when we first started working on this was that it would be an at-a-glance overview of the quality of care for the care seeker. It would give the care provider the opportunity to demonstrate the quality of their care, which they currently have been unable to do. It will raise the standard of care because everybody's going to chase a good review and evidence it. And it will provide the opportunity for commissioners to look at the quality of care. Currently, the local authority will maybe go out and have a look at the care homes because it would appear they haven't trusted the CQC reports for a while.
Yeah.
So they were going out. But if you've got something that's live, you actually don't need to do that. So I can see there's a commissioning opportunity there. But they're going to be probably slow to adopt. I think there is a real opportunity. But I'm being regularly approached by lenders who are saying to me, we can't get the information, we can't, the CQC just doesn't work. If it's 4 years old, it's of no use to us at all. And they're talking to us about how they would like to see more information coming into OpenScore, which is definitely on the roadmap.
Yeah, the more the better, really, I guess.
Oh, God, absolutely. Yeah.
Lovely. Well, okay, one more question is, how can a care provider, if they're interested in doing this, how do they get an OpenScore?
Okay, so at the moment, OpenScore is available on a premium listing on Autumna, so that's part of your premium listing. But last Thursday, in fact, we launched the OpenScore widget for a website. So we've got an early bird offer. You're going to like this. It's a widget that sits on their website with the OpenScore. It's a live feed, obviously, and it says when it was last updated, so last updated 5 days ago, for example. But you can also have a widget that incorporates the CQC, which is a live feed, but we put on that last updated 3 years, 8 months ago. So you've got an absolute contrast. Yeah. This is live, this is old, and we're getting a lot of interest from providers about that.
I often talk to care providers about if you have, say, requires improvement, and you've enacted the things you're meant to, but you've still got that score, is you should be next to that score talking about what you've done.
Yeah.
So, on your website, if you've got on the left-hand side, you've got the score, on the right-hand side should be, I think in the old manager, saying, hi, we got requires improvement on this date, we've done this, this and this to fix it, and this is why I believe we're now good, we're waiting an inspection.
Yeah.
And,
I wouldn't disagree with you at all. I think the difficulty is you've got the care provider protecting themselves.
Yeah.
That's their perception. whereas you've got an open score is independent even from Autumna.
Yeah.
So you've got an independent assessment of your care home, and that carries a lot of power and weight,
Yeah.
I think, for the care seeker.
Would you like to see open score on all the other sites as
Yeah.
well one day?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
don't want to have any barriers at all.
Yeah.
We really don't. I think this is something the sector needs. It's why we started doing it. The sector needs it. We didn't know that the CQC was going to implode at the time. But, yeah.
Okay, well, on that note.
Implosion.
Implosion. Thank you very much for coming, Debbie.
Thanks, York.
Lovely. We'll be back shortly with another interview. Hello, welcome back to the Care and Conversation studio, live from the Care Show at the NEC in Birmingham. I've said that like 19 times today, and every time it feels longer and longer. It feels about a minute just to say where we are. But we're here in Birmingham, and we're with Sonia. Hello.
Hello, thank you for having me.
How are you doing?
I'm really well, thank you. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Good journey today? Good journey in?
Took a little bit longer than I expected.
It took everyone quite a long time. You actually live in Birmingham,
yeah, I
nearby,
live in
don't you?
Wolverhampton. So
it's like 5 minutes up the road, right?
yeah, not that far, but a little bit longer getting when I got closer in. Lots of traffic.
Yeah.
Lots of horse boxes for the
because there's a horse show.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, right. So, can you tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do?
Yep, so my name's Sonia Rai. I'm the founder and director of Nectar HR. We are a national HR consultancy. We work in lots of different sectors, but we support a large client base in the health and social care sector.
Awesome. Right, so we had a little chat offline before about what we were going to talk about, and I think the first thing, most important thing is there's some changes.
Yeah.
So what's hot off the press, it literally was like yesterday, right?
So there is actually quite a few changes been going on this year. Some of them, when we're working with clients, we find that some of the changes that have come out in April, they're still not fully up to date with.
Right.
So I think it's really important to know what's changing. One of the biggest changes that we had earlier this year was changes to flexible working applications. So previously you had to be with your employer for 26 weeks or more, and then you could make one flexible working application in a year. That's now changed, so it's a day one right. So someone could literally start in your organisation on the first day and make a flexible working application. The process has changed slightly, but also they're now allowed to make 2 applications per year. So that's a big change. There's changes around the responsibility on employers and the actions and steps that they're taking to prevent sexual harassment in the workplace. And there's changes to the Employment Rights Bill that's kind of coming through. And we're going to be doing some updates on that end of this month, early next month as well. So, making sure that our clients are compliant. We update policy and things like that, but I think it's really important for people to really understand what that means practically for them in their organisation.
Yeah, there's a few things in there, isn't there?
There
that
is.
You should really be sort of slapped around the face and made aware of.
Yeah.
Because ultimately, as a care company, you're probably recruiting perpetually.
Yeah.
So from a certain date, the rules will change.
Rights, and I think with the change in government, we've now got Labour in government. There's going to be more changes that are coming in as well. I think it's a case of watch this space. We had a lot of updates around COVID, but not really major changes. And there was a bit of a hold off with Brexit and everything like that. And now it's been a really busy year in terms of employment law updates. But it's not just employment law updates that you need to be aware of. There's case law happening all the time and some pretty interesting cases. And, we're there to interpret what that means for our client. Does that mean a bit of a change in policy, a bit of change in the way that we do things? A big thing that I've seen here today, and I've seen at the last few care shows, is, tech and AI, the usage of that. And the one thing I would say to people is you need to be really mindful of tech in general, but AI in your organisation and how it can directly discriminate, and you don't even know about. You don't even know that that's happening. We've had some really interesting conversations, but also your employees using AI in the workplace. Have you considered that? Do you want them doing that? If so, or if you don't want them doing that, you need to set the parameters
need to make your
around
mind up,
that.
don't you, really, and say, is it okay for you to respond to an email with AI? Yes or no?
Yeah.
And if it's yes, these are the conditions that you need to fit.
Absolutely.
This is the program. You need to stay accountable. We need to have a track, because I think in a lot of cases it can be useful technology. I think just to say no is probably slightly short-sighted.
I think it's amazing, and what it can do, I don't really think we know what it can do, and I think it'd be so interesting to see where this goes in the next few years. But I think from an employment and HR perspective, it's almost like the new social media. So when social media came about, from a HR perspective, we were all scrambling around going, someone wrote something on Facebook, we've never dealt with this before, we don't have a policy for it. And there was a lot of dismissals that were found to be unfair because organisations hadn't communicated what was and wasn't acceptable to their employees. So I think with all the employment law changes, yes, but really think about what's going on in the landscape. And I think people tend to think how that impacts operations, how they've got to get training for that system, but it's just thinking a little bit more outside the box and thinking how else that's going to impact them.
So should we not be using AI to write policies, employment policies?
I definitely wouldn't advocate that. And the reason being, it's very Americanized.
Yeah, okay, sorry, carry on.
It's very Americanized, and it's very generic and very general. So, I mean, you know me, York, I'm not a fan of generic, off-the-shelf HR at all, whether it comes to your contracts of employment, your policies, your processes, simply because when there is an issue, and it only takes you to have a small team for there to be that one issue. If we haven't, as HR professionals, got the right toolkit with a good contract and good policies in place. I'll give you an example. We supported a dom care provider recently. He was like, yeah, no, I've got the contract, everything's already sorted. There was an issue with a very senior member of staff, and we couldn't place that person on garden leave because there was no clause in the contract. We found a workaround, but it wasn't just a simple, right, this is what we're going to do. And even he couldn't believe that wasn't in his contract of employment. Like I said, we found the workaround, but that's now prompted him to say, can you review my contract? Yeah. And actually, we're just going to start again.
I mean, ultimately, they're legal documents, right? So a misplaced comma can be enough to invalidate a whole paragraph of a policy, right?
I think they need to be really clear. I mean, some of the ones that we see, especially in this sector, are so vague, written really poorly. It normally takes me about 15 minutes maximum to scan a contract of employment and think, right, it needs this, this and this. I understand what the employer's responsibilities are, etc. With some of the ones that we've seen recently, it feels like they're written in like kind of 18th century English, and I'm scratching my head thinking, what does that refer to? What is that? And it's very, very wordy.
Yeah.
But you just need to make these kind of things really simple, really clear. Make sure you've got business protection. And actually make sure it's right for your organisation.
And so how does this sort of affect then the future of the workforce? And in terms of, there's new people coming to the sector all the time. Obviously from today, tomorrow, whenever it is, there's some changes in terms of the rules that we need to adopt. How does that impact the workforce in general? What trends are we seeing in terms of what people are expecting from work as they come into the sector?
I think the world has changed massively because of COVID, and it's something we've spoken about before. When it comes to what people want from a job role, obviously it's different for everyone, we're all unique. But when you're looking at the surveys that are undertaken, salary isn't normally top of the list. People want different things. Yes, they want to be remunerated appropriately for the job that they're doing. But there's things like flexibility, which I know is not easy in this sector. There's things like being recognised at work, being remembered, so knowing that your manager's manager actually knows who you are and what you did. And also things like development for people. So do you have conversations with people about when they're joining your organisation, where do they want to be in the next 12 months, 2 years? Some people might say, I'm really happy at this level and this is all I want to do. Some people might have a progression plan and actually think, oh wow, someone's had a conversation with me and they're going to invest in me to stay here and develop myself. And that's only going to be an asset to your organisation if you do it properly. So I think that there are other things that you need to be thinking about. Remuneration, yes. Obviously benefits, but when it comes to benefits, I don't think you have to go overboard with spending huge amounts of money to get some great benefits packages in place for your employees. And that might be different support from your typical high street vouchers to actually counselling support and sessions for them and their family when they need it. Because we see a lot of stress is the number one reason for sickness absence in the UK. If you've got a counselling programme in place through your benefits provider, that's going to support your sickness absence rates. And that's one thing we hear a lot of, is concerning in the sector. So I would say, yes, be fair with your remuneration, looking at your benefits package, looking at how and where you can offer flexibility and variety in roles. But also talking to people is just so important. Finding out what's important to them, how could we support them as an individual, because what person A wants might not be what person B wants. And I'm not talking big things, I'm talking small things that might make them feel that little bit more a part of that organisation, rather than, oh, here, oh, great, first day, there you go, off you go, run and go and cover this for us. Taking the time to get to know people, training them appropriately, supporting their development, remembering when it's their birthday, all of these kind of things just make a huge difference.
Yeah. While you were talking there, I just came up with an idea.
Okay.
Which I think, exclusive, first look at this idea. Person-centred employment.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Because that ultimately is what we're talking about, isn't
Yeah,
it, really?
yeah.
That you need to look at the individual. You can have your policies in place, but you need to be able to go to that person and say, what do you need? And person A might need flexibility, where person B might need more hours,
Yep.
where person C might need just something completely different, that might appreciate the counselling service, or I think the key is to ask people.
Absolutely. I think knowing what motivates them as individuals is so important. And even if you're a large organisation, that's something you can delegate out to your managers, and you can support them with your processes to be able to have those conversations. I think another one that I'm going to say, which people might think, how does that help in the workforce scenario, is actually having difficult conversations with staff when you need to. What we hear a lot of is, somebody wants to speak to me about my sickness absence, but this person is always off on a Friday and my manager's just ignored it because they're a difficult person, and I kind of feel like I've had to pick up the slack for so long. So being consistent as well. A lot of the time, York, when something comes to us from a client, there's been so many missed opportunities and it's snowballed into quite a serious or complex HR issue, and you just think, oh, if you just sat down and had a conversation at the start, had the difficult conversation, set the expectations, supported that person, found out why this is going on.
It's probably difficult because you've left it, right? So
Yeah.
the conversations aren't difficult if you have them straight away.
Absolutely.
And again, I think it's one of those things that, sometimes it's easier not to say, oh, that's the third time you've been off on a Wednesday. What's going on?
Yeah.
And challenge it, because,
Nobody wants to have that difficult conversation, but again, one of the things that I find is really poor when we're working with clients, and we'll work with them to change this, we do a lot of bespoke policy, is the forms and the processes that they have are really poor. They're not asking the right questions. So they might have a return to work interview, but they're not asking the right questions of that person. They're not finding out if there's a reason in the workplace for them having had that sickness absence. They're not picking up on patterns or repetition. They're not talking about triggers, so they're missing all the opportunities. So instead of going, York's having this conversation with me, it's there's a form from HR that's come through, and York has to ask me these questions, and you just don't know what that might open up. It might be that actually I'm really struggling at the moment because of, and this is actually the real reason why I was off sick. Okay, well, what can we do to support you with that? And dealing with those scenarios will motivate the rest of the team, because they can become very disengaged very quickly if they see that you just allow this and it impacts your culture.
Yeah. So what's the sort of top tip that you can share around kind of something that people should be looking at right now to protect themselves or make their employment conditions better?
I think really getting yourself up to date with what's going on from an employment perspective, and don't make it onerous. So what I would be looking at is, the Gov website, the ACAS website. They're very simple and easy to understand. If you're using a provider like us for your HR, great, because we're gonna talk you through it and we're gonna hold your hand. But if you're not necessarily doing that, get yourself on the ACAS website, have a look on the Gov website, and just understand what the new responsibilities are for yourself. I think from a risk perspective, that would be the biggest thing.
Yeah, because ultimately you can manage the risk, but you've got to know about it.
Exactly.
So there you go. So read the ACAS website or the Gov website.
Yeah.
And check it out. Right. Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you
for coming
so
to
much.
the studio. I will see you soon. Right. We're going to come back shortly with another interview. Hello, welcome back to the Caring Conversation studio, live from the NEC in Birmingham. We are here with another guest, Debbie. Debbie, in our studio. Do you want to tell us who you are and what you do, Debbie?
Yeah, hi York. My name's Debbie Carroll. I'm a garden designer who did a accidental research into why care home gardens were not more actively used, even when they've been designed to the latest guidance. And with my colleague Mark Rendell, we formed Step Change Design to share the findings, and we wrote a couple of books to help support and make the changes to enable residents living in care homes, and particularly those living with dementia, to be able to enjoy the garden as and when they would choose to do what they've done all their lives, really, and to allow that to continue within a care setting.
So let's talk about that then. Obviously, it's a big area of well-being. We know that the research says if we go outside, that's good for our general mental health, physical health, gets the steps in, etc. and so forth. What's the problem then? Why aren't people going out into the garden when they're in care homes?
Yeah, and the problem is multifaceted. Mark and I initially thought there was something wrong with the design guidance. In reality, we were taken deep within the care setting, inside and out, and deep within the organisational culture. And we came back to the realisation it was all about people. So the findings identified that those settings that are truly person-centred, so delivering the support of the wishes and needs of a resident, would engage with the garden naturally, because they're centred around focusing on delivering what that resident needs. And so those settings would be stepping in the garden. But for homes that are struggling to achieve person-centred fully or all the time, very quickly the doors can become locked, or a host of myths and barriers, some which are true and many that are misplaced, start to surface, and they become the norm quite quickly. And so engagement peters off, or actually is prevented, and even just completely restricted. And sadly, residents can't get outside at all. And you mentioned the science. The science has been around for decades that it's good for us to go outside. Vitamin D, well-being, all those things. But there's growing evidence as well that for people with dementia, it has additional benefits. There's even more important. It can help to regulate their sleep patterns. And for some people, it will also help improve appetite, which can be problematic for some people with dementia. And so simply stepping outside beyond that threshold has health benefits in a care environment.
I guess it can probably be seen as risky, right? Like there's, oh, it was wet. Is the path clear? Is the going to trip over? Do you think that's a big motivator that stops people going out?
It's one of the big myths, that's for sure. Very often, in various guises, the garden is seen as more dangerous than inside. Very often, it's no more risky. I would argue, from my point of view, as personally, I think bathrooms are more dangerous.
Yeah. I mean, there's no kettles in the garden either.
And actually, there's more to be gained. So if the access point meets regulations to get in and out safely, then actually the garden is probably no more dangerous than inside, and it is just another room with so many opportunities. I mean, there was one care home where we went to, and we were told that there was an area of the garden that was cordoned off that couldn't be used, and so we asked about it, and they said, I changed the name, but Fred died, unfortunately. He had a fall there, and so we said, oh gosh, what was the problem? Well, they hadn't investigated what had caused the fall. It transpired it was to do with his condition and not the garden. And we said, so when do you think you'll get this back in use? Oh, we're not sure. How long's it been cordoned off? 5 years. And so there was an incident. It hadn't been investigated. It actually transpired it was not to do with the garden, but everybody was denied access to that part of the garden because of it. And from it, there was even carers who had never known Fred who believed that area to be dangerous. But actually it was not, and this is how the myths perpetuate. So very often we say if people are blaming the garden for not going outside, or the weather, or any of those things, 9 times out of 10 that is not the case. That is a myth. 9 times out of 10 it's overcome through the way that we deliver person-centred care. And with regard to the weather, it's never the wrong weather, is it? It's always the wrong clothes. So, make sure there's a coat to hand or a brolly or the right shoes, and not just for the resident who wants to go out, but for the carer who's got to accompany them as well. I wouldn't want to go out in the rain
we should probably look at the childcare sector, who most childcare settings have free flow from inside to outside, so the door is open, shoes and boots are available at the door. it's actively encouraged as a kind of
Yeah, they're exactly where we need to be getting to, and in some homes that's exactly how it is. It is completely free flowing, but yes, there's much more that could be done, and for people with dementia, if they suddenly want to go outside, there's a moment to grab. Going all the way back to their room for their coat, the moment's lost. And actually for residents...
Same thing with my son,
Yeah, and for residents who love to be outside, get them dressed, ready for that in the start of the day. Make sure they've got some decent shoes on, so they're not going out in their slippers on a wet day. And then, of course, carers naturally will say, you can't go out, it's wet. Dress them ready to expect they're going to go outside if that's something they're likely to desire to do.
Yeah. It's really interesting. So is there kind of some ideas that you can share about, a lot of homes they're already built, and as we know, maybe the dementia floor is on the second floor, which doesn't help make things any easier if you've got to go through a coded lift, and then there's, maybe the garden's not secure as you might need it to be. Have you got any tips for homes about how they might manage that?
Yeah, the securing is probably a huge topic. I'm not sure we kind of want to get into that too much today. Most care homes I go to have a reasonably secure garden in the main. So in terms of other floors, yes, it's disappointing that people with dementia end up on floors other than the ground floor with easy access to the outside, especially knowing the health benefits. But as it does happen, we've seen really good quality homes in terms of the way they deliver care facilitate people going outside as and when they choose, regardless of floor. And so we've seen it possible, and that isn't necessarily homes with bags of money. It is about a mindset to deliver person-centred care. But some quick wins is always to make sure really good views from windows and doors, that they're not cluttered and that people can get to a window to see out. If you ask someone with dementia, do you want to go outside, and they can't see the garden, you might as well have asked them to go to Mars. You're more likely to get a negative response. So make sure they can see it. Make sure that doors and access routes from inside are clear. It so easily gets cluttered and difficult. It needs to be clear for someone who needs a facilitation on their arm, or wheelchairs and such like. And then when you get out in the garden, somewhere near those doors that actually is really easy to see the purpose. Seats and tables and chairs tell you there's somewhere to sit. They don't want to be at the far end of the garden. Make sure there's something quite near that edge space, if you like, that transition zone. And simple and domestic and familiar things. If it's a back garden, it needs to feel like a back garden, not full of gimmicks and gizmos, but the sort of stuff you or I or any of your residents would have in their back gardens of any home that in the UK, really. The more it's easily readable, the more likely you're going to get that engagement. It doesn't need to be rocket science.
You'd like to think a lot of homes would also engage the residents in working with the garden, that they might want to get involved in the gardening, and I guess you've ultimately got to take that on a person by person basis of what they want to do. But you should, especially through the summer, one of your activities a week at least be a gardening club, something like that.
A gardening club's a good way to start, and that's a fairly regular thing. The only downside being that I have been in care homes where gardening club's on a Wednesday, but of course if it's raining on Wednesday it doesn't happen. And Fred might want to go out in the garden on Thursday. So those homes moving towards more person-centred care tend to go out more spontaneously, but a gardening club is great if you need to bring in outside experts, or you've got days where more volunteers can come in and help you. But don't allow that to be an exclusion to more spontaneous engagement throughout the day. But stepping in the garden doesn't need to be about gardening. It can be so simple. If you were to ask all your residents in a care home what they like to do in their garden, you'd get as simple things as a breath of fresh air, sit with the paper, watch the birds, fill the bird feeder, as well as perhaps the more typical gardening activities. We actually do sort of suggest to care homes, activity coordinators, to review your activity planner and your activity that go on in the home, and just review it and check the default. Is everything inside? Is there anything on there that could so easily be done outside with minimal change or no change? It's just a change of venue. And actually that might interest different people as well by doing that.
Something struck me might be a good idea is to get a few to pop to, say, Tesco's, buy 5 different size coats and hang them up by the back door. That can then be just, if you get someone to the door, it's a bit chilly, I don't want to go outside. Okay, there's a coat right here, and that can just be sort of communal.
And some blankets. I've even had one home, they had like hot water bottle things, you know, those things you heat up that are quite warm for somebody if they're in a wheelchair and they get a bit chilly. But yeah, have things to hand. And it takes time for homes that struggle to get outside to work out what they need. So start small. Just expect to take 1 or 2 people out, see what you need, and make sure you build on that gradually and over time. But shy away from the gimmicks, really. It's domestic and familiar is going to make it all away, really.
Perfect. So anything else you want to share with us today?
I guess it is about that focus on your person-centred care delivery, because that's more likely to deliver engagement with the garden. And if you do need a garden designer, it will also make you a more articulate client, so you're more likely to be requesting what you need, not what you think you want, and that ultimately will give you a better return on investment as well. So yeah,
perfect. Right. Well, thank you very much for coming into the studio today.
Thank you.
See you soon. Right, we'll be back shortly with another interview. Hello, welcome back to the Care and Conversation studio, live from the NEC in Birmingham. We're here with Paula. Hi, Paula.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you doing?
It's a great show, as always.
As always, as always. Right, do you want to tell us who you are and what you do?
Okay, I'm Paula Cashmore. I'm also known as the Mary Poppins of social care because I have a lot in my bag. I've got a lot of experience, and I'm a face-to-face care quality consultant, and I do full quality audits of CQC regulated services, and I've also set up an online support platform for care managers, deputies and providers.
So let's talk about the framework. I'm not going to call it the new framework because it's been about a while now. What are your thoughts on it?
I think CQC have tried hard to make the framework simple, make it across the board, but I don't think they've quite hit the mark where social care is concerned. It's still NHS-centric, and it gives broad brushstrokes as to the requirements in the quality statements. But what I do think is that they haven't linked it to the regulations as much as they possibly could have.
Okay, so I've spoken to probably a fairly small sample size, but maybe about 20 different people, and it feels to me that it's sort of split 50-50. Some people like it, some people don't like it. It sounds like you're kind of like yes and no. You enjoy it. So what should people be looking out for then? How can people, when they've got an impending inspection, or I think they might be getting an inspection, what should they be doing?
I think the main thing is to remember that the regulations haven't changed. So if you're delivering care according to the regulations, and one of my phrases is good care is good care. Now, most people try to deliver good care, and as long as you evidence the care that you give, then you won't fall foul of any regulations and you won't fall foul of any of the quality statements.
Okay. And have you worked with anyone that's had an inspection recently?
I haven't actually. I know I've been in touch with a few that have. There was a great Caring View podcast recently with people that had an inspection, and different people have had different experiences. I think for a lot of people it's been quite onerous, but I think we need to have confidence. One of the main things that I try to do on my platform and in my mentoring is to ensure that managers know where the boundaries are, because there will be regulators, whether that's local authority or CQC inspectors, that come and say, I want to see this. Classic example was a manager said, I don't know where to put a hydration station in my lounge because all of our residents have dementia and they wouldn't understand it and it would cause a hazard. But there's nowhere in the regulations that says you must have a hydration station. This was a preference of a CQC inspector. So to be able to empower managers to say that isn't suitable for my environment, I am compliant with the regulations and I provide good nutrition and hydration, that should be enough.
I guess it takes a certain amount of confidence to be able to kind of say, well, hang on a minute, this is incorrect, that I've done it like this. Okay.
Yes. Yeah, and I think we find in the care sector, I'm working with a lovely lady on some wellbeing resources. Her name's Norma, and she has this phrase that sometimes people can become accidental managers, whereby they don't set out to progress in their career through carer, senior, deputy and managers, but they just seem to find the doors open, and sometimes they're pressurised into taking the next step. And they're not always prepared adequately for that, so they lack a great deal of confidence. That's where I really like to go in and give them the backup, stand by their side and say, okay, where are your problems, what do you need? And again, with the workload for managers, there's a lot of duplication put on them, and they haven't got the skills or the support to know, I don't have to do all this, I can condense it and still have a good governance package.
It is, I think, people underestimate how difficult managing other people is. You know, as you step into that role, you think, well, I can do that because I've done that role. But actually, it's a whole new skill set that you need to learn, and you need to be able to kind of put the other people in front of yourself to be, I think, to be an effective leader, you need to be able to kind of go, well, I eat last. I'm the one. It's my job to make sure these people are comfortable in their roles, and it can be that switch from deputy or even senior carers straight to managers. I think quite a difficult one to make in any organisation.
Especially when the sector doesn't often provide the leadership training that's necessary. We forget that people are different, they've got different strengths and different development areas. So managers will often, if they're an accidental manager, they will often try and impose their way of doing things on a staff body that isn't ready for that way or doesn't work well in that way. So managers need to be able to step back and say, how can I manage this person to get the best of their ability, and who can fill in the gaps where that person needs development, where's another person strong, and engaging in that teamwork and understanding your team is a real way of being a good manager.
There's often the most competent person in the role gets promoted to become a manager, but that doesn't mean that they're going to be a good manager.
No, Peter principle.
You touched on well-being. Have you got any kind of well-being tips for care homes, for residents or team members?
Yeah, we have to set boundaries. We have to have some professional boundaries. Have to remember, you can be friends with your staff, you can be friendly with your staff, but they're not your friends. If you really do have a friend within the staff group that you have had since you have been a senior and you've worked deputy and manager, a true friend will let you manage them professionally. And so it's a case of, remember, you're not there to keep everyone happy. I was at a Care Connector event in Manchester, and one of the phrases that I used was, you can please some of the people all of the time. You can please all of the people some of the time, but you can't please all of the people all of the time. So don't even try. Don't get upset when some people are upset at you. They often don't have the big picture. They don't have your responsibility. So you can't go changing your management style just for somebody who's a bit upset at what you do. Yes, you can have feedback. I think it's really valuable in order to listen to your staff. They are your key to success, is listening to your staff. But once you have taken all of their views into account, you then make that executive decision. Stick to your decision, see how it goes, and then also be willing to say, okay, I got it wrong, I'm going to try a different path.
I think, you talk about boundaries. I think something that would be good was, the idea of kind of texting outside of work, or like approaching for shifts. I think you should get explicit permission from people whether, can you text them on a Sunday afternoon to say, can you cover Sunday night or Monday morning? Because that causes a lot of stress for people. And if you do have to do it in a way which you recognise that you're pushing the boundary, right, of something that you maybe shouldn't be doing. If I ever have a need to text my team outside of work, it'll often start with, I'm really sorry I'm texting you, and it genuinely be a reason. Often I'll just save it for the next day because there's no need to send it. So I think setting boundaries like that is quite important.
And very often it's setting the boundaries and making it known what those boundaries are. It's an area for development. It's also empowering your staff, because what I find is a lot of staff within a care setting will text a manager who's off duty for reassurance that their decision is okay. Now, if the manager empowers their staff to make decisions that are routine, that they've been trained for, without consequence of, without fear of any negative consequence, if they happen to make the wrong decision, you just put things right. So then a manager has set the boundaries, they've freed themselves up and allowed that staff member to make a decision and empowered them and developed them.
And then it saves the manager the stress of answering a question they don't really need to answer. It's been really interesting. So any final top tips?
I think look after your manager. the manager is the legally accountable person with CQC. So invest in your manager's development, invest in your manager's well-being, and I think you will have a really good service.
Perfect. Well, thank you for coming in today, Paula.
Thank you, York.
We will be back shortly with another interview. Hello, welcome back to the Care and Conversation studio, live from the Care Show at the NEC in Birmingham. We're here with Adam. Adam, hello.
Hiya. Thanks to having me on, York. Nice to see you again.
You're welcome. Nice to see you too. We've not got you for long, so we'll crack in straight away.
Appreciate that.
No introductions needed, but CEO of a small care home group.
That's correct. Yeah,
That's
yeah.
correct.
We focus on, long-term care in residential services, and also do a bit of dom care and some other bits and bobs around the outside, but very focused on the journey of care. Really, that's the key thing for me.
Perfect. Right. Let's talk a bit about funding care.
Oh, okay.
What's the crack at the moment? Are you seeing a rise in self-funding? Are you getting better rates from the local authority? What's your thoughts?
It's certainly the latter. I think there's a lot of work being done to get a better understanding of how the funding streams work, and I think there was, we as a business took the opportunity to look at care funding differently, because we knew that we weren't in the private pay space. There's a lot of people doing that, and a lot of the nice spangly new care homes where people want to be, and that's not really our model. So we focused a lot on sort of higher acuity, working with the NHS, working with local authorities, and it's really helped, and we've seen funding move in the right direction. One of the key parts I think that's lacking is how we as a sector help people understand funding and how we can advise people on understanding what options are available in terms of funding, and how that then can engage with the needs of the individuals and where they're best placed. And I think we lack as a sector on advertising that in the right way. We need to help and educate people on making the right decisions where care funding is concerned, because otherwise it just comes as a bit of a shock and a crisis decision and nobody really knows what to do. So we certainly think that we've found some advantages in doing that, and funding has got better as long as you're working with the right funding streams.
Yeah, and I guess that often the first place people go is the local authority's website, and it's probably not the best place to start, I'd imagine, for finding out money, what you can get access to.
No, absolutely not. And I mean, we took the decision as an organisation. I mean, kudos to Lottie, because it was kind of based on some things that they do as well. It's just around like advising people. You know, we have we heavily focus our sort of digital presence on how can we advise people to help them with their support journey. You know, give them those sort of like sweet spots and pointers into this is what you're going to experience. How can we educate? How can we support? You know, because we believe in home first, even though sort of 95% of our admissions are care homes. I believe that people should be at home for as long as possible. And they don't necessarily know that's the message that's sent to everyone. They think, oh, right, you know, so-and-so within the family's got an issue, we need to put them in a care home. Well, do you? And I think, you know, we're moving very much towards care homes being more higher acuity, private hospitals, discharge, getting people out of hospital, which is the wrong place for them to be, and using care services in the right way. And I think that comes with education, and we just don't have enough of that, and that links to funding.
I think, I guess often what happens is that care isn't engaged with at all until the point the person needs it desperately. So then they have to go to a higher acuity setting. I remember someone who said to me recently, a care home now is like an ICU unit was in the 80s. So it's quite high acuity.
That's exactly where we've kind of pitched ourselves. But more conversations like these need to be out to the general public to understand, because most people don't know until somebody has a fall or is in hospital, and then they realise, whoa, what am I dealing with? We need to. That's why I think that education piece is so important, and it helps the funding become more palatable. Because when people start talking about £1,200, £1,300, £1,400 a week, it's scary.
Yeah.
But when you go, that's what I'm getting, and I know that they need it now, I think it makes those conversations easier and less in crisis.
Yeah.
So it needs to be so much more done around that.
Someone, there was a post in a local Facebook group, and someone had posted £2,000 a week for care, and it just caused this huge kind of thing. And actually, it was quite a lot of people in there advocating and kind of saying, well, what's the context? What type of care is it? Have you considered how much they spent building the building? If you look at that, that's £11.90 an hour for 24-hour care. That includes food and heating and all these bits and pieces. I think the headline number sounds bad, doesn't it?
It does, but a good example is, I always use this with the teams, is when they worry about quoting prices, is if you look at BDO Stoy Hayward's recent report on the hotel and hospitality sector, the average cost of a hotel without bed and breakfast, just a room only, the average price for a hotel in the UK is £117 a night.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's a BDO Stoy Hayward report. So if you put that times that by 7, you're already nearly £900.
Yeah.
And that's no care, no food, no support, no care wrap. So you start looking at it in context. Obviously, people don't normally stay in a hotel for 7 days a week, but if you just look at that as a clear metric of cost, well, there's something that's got to sit behind that.
Yeah.
I just don't think as a sector we're very good at telling people.
I was talking to someone from Virgin Money earlier who was saying that I think maybe 15, 20 years ago, a per bed care home, 80 grand per bed. Now it's 160 grand per bed in terms of that build cost. It's
if not 200.
Yeah.
You're seeing some of the big sort of, luxury outfits. They're up at that sort of 200k mark. Yeah, absolutely. Which is just crazy.
Yeah.
Which is why we need to focus more on the existing stock. That's really where our, as a business, as Belmont Healthcare has always been, is how can we utilise existing care businesses that have maybe not had the investment, or maybe not thought about how can we rework the layout, how can we look at the gardens to add more space, and there's a lot of stuff out there that you can really regen and bring it back to market, and that's worked really well for us.
So as a kind of business leader, I'm sure you're not going to wait for someone to answer the question for you. What are you doing? How are you helping people understand this better then?
We've just tried to change our approach in terms of how we outwardly show ourselves as an organisation. Working a lot with the community, doing a lot more engagement programs, and this, like I said, education piece. Everything that we do is around trying to guide people to make the right decisions, rather than going, here's a picture of a bedroom, here's a flower on a bedside table, here's how much it costs a week. It doesn't really matter. We want, we use our sort of website presence to be, this is what we do, and then we guide people to social media to say, if one of your family members was in a service with us, this is the type of thing that they will be doing. You know, being out in the community, doing things they love doing, gardening, being involved in activities, going to the local shops, you know, trying to encouraging, regardless of their ailment, of much of those things as possible. You know, we recently refurbed one of our sort of palliative units whereby we can get beds outside. So people can go outside in the summers even though if they're bedridden. Like,
wow.
Stop restricting, you know, putting wider doors in, and putting ramps into the back gardens to enable some better movement. And I think, but we don't tell anybody that that's what that you get. You just hear care home, oh, same old, same old. So I think we're a problem to ourselves that we don't advertise that enough.
I guess ultimately it's people just don't think about this stuff until they get there. And then when they get there, they're stressed and angry and upset. So, you know, it's
very anxious.
The more we can do as a sector to, when people do approach it, to say, look, this is how this all works.
Yeah.
I think there's just a general misunderstanding in the sector that we think people understand it, but they really don't.
No, nobody does.
I mean, even people work in it, right?
That's why we come to events like this, to try and share that stuff and see what each person's doing. And I think they're great opportunities for us all to do that.
Any top tips then for people, something they can do, enact to help them with helping people understand the funding? Or
Well, I just think it is community engagement. Okay, so if you look at a lot of the sector leaders who talk about how they market themselves, you know, it's a waste of time spending loads of money online. You know, you need to be in the local community. You need to treat your staff well. You need to have good programs of well-being, because all of that is what's shared in a community. We all know that most people who join a service are within 6 to 10 miles, whether it's care home or a dom care service. So how are they going to find you? Well, how can you be an advocate of that? Local community, your own staff, they're going to talk about you in the curry house, in Sainsbury's, you know, walking down the high street. Oh, so-and-so, oh, I work here. You know, make them proud of those environments so that they will share that in the local community. And you find that, you know, I think we're probably 85% is word of mouth still, despite everything that you spend.
Yeah.
It's all on that. So the more that you can showcase what you're doing, and I don't feel like we do enough of it. We do stuff like this.
Yeah.
Loads of people talking great stories, but those decision makers aren't here. One of the things I found really interesting was around LinkedIn recently, because you're finding that a lot of your advocates and people who are essentially paying the bill, or at least supporting the decision making for somebody who's in care, are business professionals, and they want to know what your fundamentals of an organisation is like.
Yeah.
You know, they want to know, well, what are you doing? So they're actually finding out about me and about our business and about how we trade and about how we support and how we invest, because actually that's helping their decision making. I think sometimes that's a bit lost as well, because you forget that a CFO of a big organisation might be funding their parents in care.
Yeah.
And they're gonna be in a platform like that and go, I wonder what Adam does.
Yeah.
I wonder, is he present? Does he go in?
I'm going to check them out, and see.
That's it.
I think
we found that.
Yeah, and the care seekers now are not 70 to 80; they're 40 to 60 to 70, right?
100%.
You know, so I've got friends now that are looking for care for their parents, right?
That's
you know,
it.
It's
the same.
It's coming.
Same boat. You know, the sweet spot is that 35 to 65. That's the people that who are actively actually making the decision.
Yeah. Digitally native, understand, connected
Correct.
to the community. They will want to know whether
100%.
you're legit. You know.
Yeah, that's it.
Or if you're weird like me, I might look you up on Company's House.
Yeah, I do that as well. It's naughty, isn't it? You know, that you end up doing these things, but you end up having to do it to try and build understand what people are doing.
Yeah.
It's not a nosy thing. It's just, I think it's the right way to go.
I think, you know, talking to, say, like Debbie from Autumna about OpenScore and
That's brilliant.
You know,
it's so cool.
Ultimately, one review is no longer useful because we know how easy they are to manipulate. So actually what I want to see is all of these data points, and if you can bring that together in a way which means that if I want to look at the detail, I can dig into it, but actually lots of people don't necessarily want to look at the detail. They want a system they can trust. So, yeah,
Absolutely.
it's key. Lovely. Well, thank you.
No, thank you. I really appreciate you giving me the opportunity to come on and set my position. It's great to see you, and another great event. Brilliant.
Thank you very much. Right, we'll see you soon. I will be back shortly. Hello, welcome back to the Caring Conversation studio, live from the Care Show at the NEC in Birmingham. I've said that sentence so many times today, and it gets me every time. It's really long. Breathe. Hello, it's coming towards the end of the day now.
Yep.
It's just turned 3 o'clock, so we've got an hour to go for the show. And we're reflecting and we're calming down. So how are you, Vic? How are you doing?
Good, thank you very much.
Do you want to just tell us who you are and what you do?
Yes, so my name is Vic Rayner and I'm the Chief Exec of the National Care Forum.
Perfect. So we're going to talk about future workforce.
Yes.
So what does future workforce mean to you?
Well, I think that there are, I suppose, future workforce and the future of workforce, I guess I'm interested in. So we're expecting tomorrow some employment rights legislation that will talk about how the care workforce, which will have direct impacts on the care workforce. So there's a couple of things that will probably come out of that. So some of those focus on current employment rights. So we're expecting some narrative around statutory sick pay, 0 hours contracts, those type of things. And then we're also expecting an announcement around a fair pay agreement, which will look at which is a mechanism for establishing what the pay of particular professions should be like, and the care sector is the first sector to be looked at in that context. So that will be announced tomorrow, probably in the kind of headline legislation, and then we'll have quite a lot of work to do over the coming months and years to work out how that changes and transforms the experience of the workforce.
Do you have a sense of when that will actually articulate itself into I suppose, what would be a number per hour, or is that how it'll work?
Well, the mechanism of a fair pay agreement is you bring together employees represented often by unions, and then employers, also in the form of an employers' union. Well, we have some union employees. Not all employees are unionised, and we don't have something called an employers' union. So there's certainly some infrastructure things that need to get into place before we can have those negotiations and discussions. If I had to make a guess, I suspect we're looking at at least a couple of years away perhaps from that figure, but whether the government will want to wait that long for a negotiated figure, I don't know, or whether there'll be encouragement to try and move that forward more quickly. It's been certainly a commitment from the Deputy Prime Minister and in the manifesto and others that we would get to focus on care workers and make sure that they get paid a suitable amount for the work that they do.
So is that in the same way that kind of when they do a pay review for MPs or for nurses or that work category has a separate kind of, this is what we think this work category should be given a raise this year by, for example?
So it's not quite that.
Okay.
It is a different mechanism.
Yeah.
So a fair pay agreement is different to what you're talking about, which is sort of sectoral bargaining type approaches, and it's different from what we have currently for the care workforce, where actually the pay of care workers is often determined by the Low Pay Commission and national minimum wage.
Yeah.
So it's different in that context. It isn't something that exists currently for any sector, so it'll be brand new. And actually, if you look at the different relationships, so the only sort of likely comparison you could look at where these two bodies exist would be NHS employers, where the NHS employers negotiates on behalf of the hospital trusts with the unions.
Okay, interesting. So it will be something that the care sector gets first, which is probably a first in itself.
Yes, it is a first in itself, and I think it has important. I suppose that's why I'm not talking about it now, because it has important ramifications for what the future workforce might look like. Because clearly, if that's going to perhaps do some of the things we've always wanted, like to have more equitable pay terms and conditions between the care workforce and other workforces such as health, that might well attract a different set of people to come and work in the sector. If we're not able to get that properly funded, then that's going to put huge pressure onto the sector. If we don't, for example, we might get the frontline pay sorted, but if we don't get the more senior levels also reviewed, then that'll squeeze differentials and make it more complicated to encourage people to take promotions and to take on more senior roles. So there's lots to play for, and you're right, we should embrace the fact we're going to get it first, but we need to get it get some of that infrastructure in place.
How can the sector help? What do you need people to do? Do you need people to engage? How can?
Yeah, so I think there's lots of things we can do. So the Care Provider Alliance brings together lots of the different trade bodies. So we'll be thinking about how we work in that space.
And I imagine that will cover between you guys, Care England, and
Home Care, Care Association. There's 10 different trade bodies within
that. Would bring together, I would imagine, 95% of the sector.
That would bring a lot of people together, but they haven't. The role those organisations played has not been an employers' union, so we've not been negotiating on their behalf in that same sort of way. So it would be different, but that's one way. That's one thing we need to look at and understand. I think the other things are, to continue the positive dialogue where that exists between employers and employees, because this will create change. It can't happen at pace. We all need to be united in the fact that it needs to be funded, properly funded by central government and then local government, so that those costs don't get put onto either directly onto employers or onto people who are paying for their own care, because we know that we operate in an environment where there is cross-subsidy between those who pay for their own care and those who get it.
Because I suppose ultimately, if you go to a luxury private care group that may be paying their junior carers £13.50, £14 an hour, for example, their model is built around that specifically, isn't it? Whereas I suppose if you go to a care home that maybe has 10% private paying and 90% local authority, if they suddenly start paying everybody £14.50 an hour, whatever that number might be, and there's no funding for that, then it's not going to, the model won't work and the business will collapse. Yeah.
So, and I think that's that there is that discussion, isn't there, about we're being very clearly told there isn't any more money, but yet at the same time there's going to be a fair pay agreement. So the two things don't quite add up in my mind at the moment. So lots of work to be done to raise that, but not to take away from the fact that there does need to, obviously, as we've all argued for many years, a better recognition of the enormous skill that care workers have.
Yeah, just a sort of elevation of the trade in itself would be, because ultimately we're going to need more and more and more carers over the next 20 years, aren't we?
Well, and I think that's the other bit about what does that future workforce look like. So there's been some really useful work done with the workforce strategy, so bringing together some ideas about what a new workforce might look like and how it might deliver. I think the role of technology is already changing the things that workers do very significantly, but that means we've got some new skills that we need to bring into the sector around data analysis, around tech management and so forth. And I think we're also will find that as the models of care change, and if people want to remain in their own home longer, then the sort of complexity of care that people might need in residential settings will increase very significantly as well. So things are shifting. I think if we look in 10 years' time at what the care worker does today versus what the care worker does then, I think they will feel very different, actually. And we haven't had that for a while.
And have you got any sort of top tips you can share with people for things around the future workforce?
Well, I mean, I think key is to understand, and I think we need to now do some work on really capturing what is different about what care workers are doing. We know from reports like ADAS's report that there's been a massive expansion on the delegated healthcare tasks that staff are now delivering both in home care and in residential care. I think we need to be really clear and transparent about that and make sure we get staff get the recognition for the new skills and expertise that they're delivering. So I think there's lots about promoting and valuing care staff, absolutely, but helping us to work more closely with them so that we are really focused on developing a future workforce that will enable care for people when they want it and where they want it, and a future of care that is positive and encourages people to want to work in it.
Perfect. Thank you very much for coming to the studio, Vic.
Thank you.
We will be back shortly with I think what will be our final interview of the day. Hello, welcome back to the Caring Conversation studio, live from the NEC in Birmingham. We have William here, our I think probably our last interview of the day. So
I noticed the note of relief that you have in your voice.
Big shoes to fill, big shoes to fill.
Exactly.
Right, so do you want to tell us a bit about who you are and what you do, William?
Absolutely. So I'm William Balser. I'm the founder and managing director of Bridgehead Communications. We're a PR and public affairs consultancy that specialises in adult social care. I'm also a columnist for Caring Times. But as a PR and public affairs consultancy, we try to set ourselves out apart from our competitors by specialising in thought leadership. So we regularly interview policymakers and key opinion leaders within the sector, and you can tune into our monthly newsletter, Curate Insight, that we send out to the industry every month.
Perfect. So we were having a discussion before we started the interview about how much the care sector has changed since the 70s. So what are your thoughts?
Absolutely. So I saw, actually, it was on Lottie's website the other day. They had a fascinating graph that used data from the Office for National Statistics that showed how, since the 1970s, the nature of society has changed. And back in the 70s, the majority of people had children that were dependent on them, and how actually what we've seen is that as the birth rate has declined, you've seen that aging population go up, and in turn you've seen that commensurate rise in the number of people that have elderly dependents on them, and that, I think, is created quite a profound impact for the sector. You've seen a huge rise in the number of unpaid carers, and you've seen the care sector is kind of grappling to deal with this, this increase in demand, but it also presents huge fundamental questions for policymakers. How do you fund that? How do you fund this demand for care? How do you find the workforce that is able to supply the industry? And I think there's huge questions that policymakers don't quite have the answers to yet.
Yeah, there's been a massive sort of demographic switch, which everyone seems to be kind of overtly aware of, but we don't seem to be keeping up with the infrastructure, the services to actually provide the services that people are going to need, right?
Absolutely. I mean, one of the basic challenges is just educating this huge population of unpaid carers. A lot of them don't have very good awareness of the care sector, and so, for example, one of our clients, we work with Good Oaks, who are a leading home care provider. They've launched their "You Are Not Alone" campaign, which was specifically aimed at providing education and information, free information and education to unpaid carers to make them better aware of how to deal with some of the challenges that they face on a regular basis.
I'm sure I read something recently that said something like there's 1 million people who are economically inactive between the ages of 35 and 55 because they're unpaid carers.
Absolutely, exactly. It's a huge, there's a massive challenge. What do you do, if you're the government and you've got this massive segment of the workforce that's economically inactive because they're having to look after their loved ones. And so I think policymakers still don't have the answer to the questions to what they should do. And immigration is one of the huge questions that comes in that they have to wrestle with. You've got large chunks of the population who want to see immigration come down, but commensurate to that, there's also a shortage of people that are willing to work in the care sector. So, how do you square that circle?
Have you got any thoughts on then how the future of the workforce then kind of irons out from that perspective?
So it's a good question. I think there's no doubt that immigration is a huge part of the solution. Whether people like it or not, immigration has got to play a part. And you're seeing, you've got BA Healthcare, for example. They're one provider who specialise in providing skilled carers from the Philippines, bringing them into the UK. But also technology is another sector. So, you're seeing AI, and I think that has lots of potential for, and it's going to, it's revolutionising, I think, almost every industry, including the PR industry, but also the care industry. But interestingly, I think robotics also has a part to play. We had, for our newsletter, we had quite an interesting interview with the professor from Sheffield University about the role that robotics can play in addressing some of the problems. So basically, his main point was robots are good at doing the jobs that humans don't do very well. So he says, realistically, you're less likely to see robots coming in to lift people up because there are huge health and safety implications. But certainly, in terms of AI and some of the other kind of more mundane functionality of robotics, I think has a huge part to play in the sector.
I guess it's kind of reporting and tracking and things like that that just inherently is boring for people.
Yeah, that's right.
Actually, if you can then just spend most of your time actually caring, and caring means connecting and
Absolutely.
engaging and talking to and doing things that they need help with.
Yeah, that's right. I think I think robotics and AI software solutions is definitely going to have a part to play, a huge part to play in the care sector and addressing some of that challenge, and also, bringing down the cost of care. Caring for people is incredibly expensive, and I think that AI and robotics is going to play a fundamental part in bringing down those costs to make it more affordable, so that people are able to pay. I mean, we saw when Theresa May was Prime Minister, albeit briefly, we saw in the dementia tax, where the government introduced a policy measure whereby older people would have to sell their home in order to pay for their care. I mean, it's hugely unpopular, but it was one solution to the challenge, and the money's got to come from somewhere. It doesn't just grow on trees, and so how are we going to do that? I mean, personally, in my view, I think that it was probably quite fair that people, that rather than that money coming from somebody else, I think it's right that that should be one solution to paying and financing people's care.
Yeah, I think ultimately it's just a difficult conversation to have, because the narrative can be skewed quite strongly against you because it seems cruel and unfair. But I think ultimately
absolutely.
there is a question to say, right, well, if there is probably £20 billion worth of unpaid care given, and actually we need those people to be supported in some way. Yeah, where's that coming
Absolutely,
from?
the money's got to come from somewhere. That's right, and it's really tough, and it's one of those difficult decisions that policymakers hate, because some of the solutions are deeply unpopular, not much of a vote winner.
No, exactly. That's it. So it then gets ignored and left, and
exactly, left to fester. I mean, a bit like some of the challenges with the NHS. You're seeing that people just, policymakers kicking the ball down the road, looking at these solutions, not wanting to implement the tough decisions that are, until eventually what happens is they can't kick it down the road any further, and some of the tough decisions that need to be made have to fall to, which, I don't know, Wes Streeting at the moment seems to be making.
Yeah. So in terms of then policy and regulation for the sector, do you have insights on kind of how that's working? Given you're in some way connected to the sort of political environment, how does this new government gear up to kind of create new policies, things like how does that happen internally, like in the government?
In terms of the policy making
for the social care sector.
So it's there are multiple different sources where it can come from. So one is speaking to industry leaders themselves, speaking to trade associations, think tanks as well. A lot of.
Are there any big social care think tanks? Is that a thing, or is that?
No, I think they tend to be. They tend to fall within. What will happen typically is a think tank will cover a broad range of different policy areas, including health and social care. But the King's Fund is probably the most notable one.
Yeah.
And they will have regular discussions with policymakers. They'll help to inform legislation and policy decisions, and they'll engage with ministers, their advisors. Behind the scenes, there are lots of these discussions going on a regular basis. So one of the things that we do, with our clients to help inform that process is organising, for example, roundtable discussions with relevant policymakers, so that sector leaders can have their voice and have their say at some of the challenges. Absolutely.
I guess the report that you wrote for, was it Good Oaks?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Something like that, where you're trying to influence a government.
Exactly. So the media is quite useful, is an important tool to achieve that. So what we did with Good Oaks was, in order to draw attention to their You're Not Alone campaign, we did a poll. We organised a poll of 1,000 unpaid carers across the UK to look at the main challenges that they face. In terms of, have they given up work in order to do this? How much time does it take? And then we were able to showcase the findings in the Independent newspaper, as well as the major trade publications within the sector and the local press. I think we got 54 pieces of coverage, I think, off the back of that one report.
Nice.
So it's been good, but it's. There's. I think the thing that strikes me on a regular basis is the scale of the problem facing the sector, and nobody, policymakers or industry, I don't think people have properly worked out how to deal with some of these challenges that they're coming up. It's quite, dementia, for example. Dementia's also a huge kind of growing challenge that it's very difficult for loved ones to help their relatives with dementia, and so helping to inform people about the effective ways to care for their loved ones.
You work in public relations, and I think I read your latest summary of the social care sector in the press, and mentioned what's the general kind of attitude in the press at the moment around about social care. Then so we're sort of getting an average amount of mentions, but is it positive, negative? What's the coverage like at the moment?
So
for the sector?
it's a good question, and actually in one of our bits of analysis, we looked at the amount of media coverage that the sector is receiving over time, and it's perhaps unsurprisingly, what you've seen is that coverage was relatively static and at a kind of low level for quite a long time, and then as more discussion in the media takes place surrounding the aging population, that led to a bit of an uptick, and then COVID, it's just exploded. There was huge amount of attention paid on the sector because it was so profoundly impacted by COVID, and that heightened level of coverage has been sustained for quite a long time. And also, there's a lot of I think there's an ongoing discussion in the media about how the key policy challenges facing the sector are going to be addressed.
Nice. Any sort of final to finish? Any final top tips for people around any of those subject areas? Anything that people can do, I don't know, to drive more self-funding clients or anything like that you've got?
So, I think that actually what we've seen is as the level of coverage has increased, there's a greater challenge to have your voice heard and to have your opinions heard. So it's harder than ever to be an opinion leader. So one of the most effective ways is through thought leadership, so through coming up with insightful pieces of analysis, whether it be for surveys of unpaid carers or but coming up with regular solutions to some of the challenges that the sector's facing. I think that's one of the things that we specialise in working with our clients, and you can see some of the work on our website.
Perfect. Right. Well, thank you very much for coming to see us today, William.
Thanks very much.
We'll be back shortly, I think, just to close out the show.
you
Oh dear. It's been a long day. Very long day. And I think I'm probably suffering from something most people here most of the people here will be suffering from sore feet. But I'm actually suffering from a bad back because I've been sitting down all day talking to people, which, was fun. I had a fun day. So that is us wrapping up for day one of the Care Show, live from the NEC in Birmingham from the Caring Conversation studio. I haven't said that enough times today already. So we'll see you tomorrow. And I was looking for a volunteer to stand on my back, but unfortunately I couldn't find anyone. So bye. See you tomorrow.